Shall we hence? What's up, nerds? Happy Wednesday. Good to see y'all. Thanks for stopping by. I need to grab things that we're talking about today. Don't actually have too much for once. This one I was definitely interested in. Moving off of TypeScript. Thanks for the suggestion, Hitesh. Thank you so much for the 5-bomb, Chesk, and Lauren throwing a 5-bomb as well. Appreciate both of you guys getting us started strong today. I have a feeling it's going to be a bit of a slow day. Yo, G. Martin, happy you've been enjoying Zen so much. You got A&M with the 9 months of support. Thank you for that. Januland, 29 months, 30 actually. God damn, you've been around for a while. New micro VM, who's this? Good to see you, Trampo, on the tier 3 for 6 months straight. Shavam showing up here. Usage is now token based. Are they just now adding GPT-5? Interesting. Object capability RPC system. I see a lot of potential for Jetpack Compose. I don't see any potential for it in the web. I wish they would focus on desktop and mobile platforms because there's a lot of potential there, and I like Kotlin a lot as a language. I really like Kotlin. I don't like them trying to force it into web. Good shit. Thank you, Dom. I don't think there's enough to cover with the Vibe SDK. Actually, I think I do. Yo, Shama with the 5-bomb. Thank you so much for that. And then resubbing right after. Appreciate you a ton, man. Thanks for stopping by. Oh yeah, Tanstack Start has an RC. I'm waiting for the actual release, which should come in very soon. I'll throw this in the Vibe SDK. One sec. Okay, problem for later. Cool. Quality. Okay. I'm switching back to MySQL because Postgres has a lot of assumptions baked in and it's not very good at letting you work around it. Postgres is great if you're dumber than your database, but if you're smarter than your database, Postgres gets really in your way, and Convex is very smart, so it's really in their way. I don't think there's a video's worth of content on the Cloudflare Tansec Start Astro funding. Oh shit, Jamie, thank you so much for the gift bomb. Really appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. I'm afraid I probably won't be able to make it to the office tonight for the event just because it's stream day. Y'all really need to stop putting things on Wednesdays. It'll make my life much easier. And Convex is on Planet Scale. They love Planet Scale. They're staying on Planet Scale. They're just considering the possibility of moving back to MySQL, but on Planet Scale this time. Watch their AMA live streams. They're really good. I've not had a chance to read the bun install behind the scenes. I love Lydia, though. We hung out a bit recently. She lives pretty close now. Her and Evan Bacon just moved to SF, which has been great. Also, on the note of Jamie and the Convex guys, I've been enjoying their live streams a lot, where they just like have users come in and ask questions. And I very much am considering doing an AMA stream of some form in the near future where people can just show up with questions and I can farm clips for shorts. I saw a lot of people being really stupid about H1Bs and the fact that the level of engineer that Bun is hiring is frustrating to hire and find. Yeah, XCSS with the gift. Appreciate that a ton. Oh, NMG. Hope that went well. I went through that all recently. Did not see the Vercel build outage. Got any more info on that? To be clear, I don't like Convex's YouTube channel as a discovery method. I like Convex's streams as a community like engagement method. It wouldn't be meaningfully different if they just did it on like Discord instead. And this has always been my stance on company YouTube channels. If you're not treating them as a way to like get clicks, but you're treating them as a place where like as a method of engaging an existing community, be it you're posting like if it not being on YouTube and being somewhere else, like embedded in your docs through Vimeo or something, wouldn't be a meaningful difference, then it's totally fine. You're doing tech YouTube or you're doing company YouTube channels, right? It's the idea of like, there are two videos on the feed. One is from me, one is from your company. People clicking the one from the company doesn't happen. That's the specific thing I'm saying. Oh yeah, I need to ping Discord. I did not see that phase. Thank you for the reminder. I have too many servers and too many notifications. Back to this one. Button, cool. Yo, Jacob, congrats on the new gig. Good to see you, man. I think I thanked you already, NinjaBit. Regardless, appreciate the 25 months of support. And Akshay hitting the 1 year. Thank you all. Okay, Jacob, I need you to understand. Do you see the DMs I am behind on right now? My server list starts here. Here. I plan on catching up as soon as I could fucking type and navigate a computer again. Yo, Addy, thanks for stopping by. Whisperflow doesn't make command tab easier. Whisperflow makes typing easier. You catch up by sitting there for like an hour and a half and doing it, sadly. Oh shit, did you make a vibe coding tool? Okay. Fucking legend out here. Actually really useful. Holy shit. Thank you, Darko. Same one that Syntax used? Good. Perfect. Anybody who's building a PC for backend deployment, run LMs and other shit, or better pay for API? Don't want to playing games 24/7. Oh, so like building a computer just to have for like running LMs and shit. I wouldn't use it for backend dev. I would just use your computer. Like backends should run really light. Like should be able to run most backends on a Raspberry Pi without issue. It's fun if you want to like get really into like open weight models and video gen stuff. Like I've been having a lot of fun playing with WAN 2.2 with Loris and shit. Smart app switcher. Not opening that. Honestly, I just need to like get more used to my Raycast stuff. I have it like kind of set up with my hotkeys. I just need to put Zen on the top of it again. Pinky and caps lock for command tab. So I use caps lock for a bunch of things, but it won't work for tab for a handful of silly reasons. Shamu with the gift to Jake. Thank you for throwing that gift sub. Also, DJ asked the question, is putting a donation link on open source site hosted on GitHub pages okay, or does it count as greedy? Totally fine, as long as it's not like the literal first thing. If I can see what your thing is useful for first, and then you have a donation link after, that's A+, totally fine. You got to make your money. Yeah, shit, Lakshay, hope you're doing well, man. Also, remind me, I still owe you money. We'll figure out the details now that you finally like moved. I appreciate this, Nick. Thank you so much. I'm happy that my content's been useful for you. I know a lot of people who have moved off of Charm recently, so iffy. I really like window switching in macOS overall. I just don't like it when I can't hit the keys in the bottom left of the keyboard. Yeah, Frosted, good to see you, man. Hope all's well. Yeah, I know. I wanted to get all the payouts handled first, and it's been more complex than I expected. Yo, Bizad with the resub, Floppy Copier, the legend, almost at that 2-year mark, and JK Software hitting the 2 months. Somebody shared the Discord link here earlier, so I'm assuming a lot of people went there for that. I also just realized I forgot to pull up Twitch chat or YouTube chat. I'm sorry, guys. Blame YouTube for making it so hard to like actually open and show. Da-da, here. So we got like 700 people there. Thank you all for showing up on YouTube. I'm sorry that I have not been attentive. Here we go. Thank you, guys. Yeah, Convex has been absolutely awesome to work with. I've been very happy with it. I did see Tansec start happened. I'm in talks with Tanner, as always. I'm very excited to cover more of it in the near future. From Windows to Mac. Oh, interesting, yeah. I can't use the kinesis because my thumb is too big with the cast, so I hit all of the keys in the thumb cluster. I got used to it, and now I can't fucking use it. It's very annoying. It's easier for me to use that keyboard flat. Or it's easier for me to use a flat keyboard right now. Okay, I'm gonna dump my tea bag and then set the marker for recording. Oops. I don't want an offline alternative because it won't be as smart and it will use a bunch of like CPU and like power. I don't like one of the worst parts of using WhisperFlow is that it affects my battery life, especially on mobile. Offset 0023. Volume for 55. So I never really did videos for more beginner stuff. I still think that like Code with Antonio is your best bet if you're looking for tutorials right now. He's killing it. It depends on what I'm typing on and where I'm at, but I do use Magic Keyboard for most of my Mac stuff. And I have a I tried that fucking, I forgot the name of it, the like maker keyboard everybody was obsessed with, the little screen on it. I fucking hate it. I'm considering doing a review because I just want to tear it to shreds. It's a bad fucking keyboard. I do not get why it's so popular. So I'm back on for like my PC, I'm using the Wooting is my main PC on my computer. Yeah, the Work Louder, I hate it. I hate it so much. It's just a bad keyboard. The knobs are so awful. Like half the reason I got it is I need a good volume knob on my desk for my PC, and the volume knob is barely usable. It just like, it's chunky. It gets stuck when you turn it. It's really annoying to grab because it has such a fine, like, the knob feels shit. It's one of the worst knobs I've ever used on a like fucking $300 keyboard. It's awful. And then like the keys themselves aren't very good. The layout is okay. I don't know what switches they use. I didn't really look into it, but they feel awful. I really like my Wooting, especially for gaming. I do miss my Poker 3. I will always miss my Poker 3. No, the Wooting is phenomenal for gaming. If you think it's mid, then you're just not at my level, which is fine. If you're not gaming like top 0.1% in the things you play, it won't make a difference. Too small for programming, motherfucker. I only use 60%. I'll never use a bigger keyboard if I don't have to. I love me my small keyboards. Okay, let's figure out what we're doing first. Whether or not Tanstack Start wins, I really like the idea of having a new, like, more thoughtful, full stacked TypeScript development solution that like thinks every piece through in modern times, because I feel like we've just collected tech debt every generation of web dev tooling and get stuck with it for compatibility reasons. It's one of the few things to like really rethink it from scratch, and it's been awesome for that reason. Whether or not everyone uses it or adopts it's a whole separate thing, but the amount of cool ideas there is unbelievable. I can't use a split keyboard because the split keyboard has a thumb cluster, and my thumb is so big right now that it hits all of the keys on said thumb cluster. I was using my Kinesis. I got up to like 140 word per minute on it. Wasn't super happy, but was content with it. And I literally cannot use it now because my thumb hits all of the thumb cluster keys. So I could disable the entire thumb cluster, and then the keyboard's basically useless because I have no modifiers anymore. Or I can use a flat normal keyboard and have to reach down a little bit to hit those modifiers. It sucks. I hate that I had to move back because I spent like a month getting used to the split keyboard, did the surgery, and now I literally can't use the split keyboard. It's okay, Mark. I am sad. I tried. I made the move and I can't do it. Got CLS with the Prime. Thank you for that. Let's do a poll for... I already had the vibe code tier list here. Let me yoink their tweet and delete. Okay, let's do a quick poll. First rant, cursed lang, vibe code, tier list, moving off of TypeScript. I don't feel like I get confused between these two, so I'm just gonna put vibe code tier list on for now. Anthropic explains their IQ. I don't have enough space for it. Claude explains their IQ. There we go. Cool. I have some mods that I'm doing. I have a caps lock as a hyper key. I'm a big carabiner fan. In fact, I've contributed to it so that some of my preferences are default options now, so I don't have to hit buttons to set it up. Oh shit, Mickey's in YouTube chat? Good shit. I missed that. Do I have to switch this to all? Did it fucking disconnect? YouTube chat. Oh, there he is. Yo, Mick. Hope you're doing well. We plan on hanging soon. Can't wait to see you. Hope you get here soon. I'm not familiar with Kanata. Carabiner's been maintained really well for like years. Yeah, CLS with the sub. Appreciate that. I like that every detail is just there. LOL, somebody pasting a private key. It's like people really want that. I'll just time you out. I hope you're doing okay. Yeah, I've been very happy with Carabiner. The rewrite for Elements was really good too. It's like people really want the moving off of TypeScript and don't really care about Claude being stupid. I don't know what's dropping either, Vibe Code Pro. Hopefully something. Thank you, Charlie B, for the sub. Appreciate that. Yeah, they're good stuff. Oops. Anything else? My replies here. I could do a video about everybody roasting Vercel for the dev stuff or the dev time stuff, but I don't know how I would package that. Index TV not any server. Sync your convex backend for your users. A lot of effort. Not an easy answer, and not a good enough video for me to go on the Schizo rant for it. Interesting. Probably not going to do the tower. I have way too much going on this week, and I can't fly down to LA for that. Yeah, for me here. Notice that Mistral's not included. Let's just do moving off TypeScript. Why not, you know? I'd go on Syntax Podcast. I'm generally down if people invite me for those types of things and they're like relevant in our space. I had to be careful because I don't want to just be in podcast calls all fucking day. Because you got to be careful about what you say and whatnot. Yeah, Raphael, thank you for the prime. And Kevin Vandy, the tier 3, 33 months, 40 total. Fucking legend. Thank you, Kevin. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by. Let's talk about moving off of TypeScript. Big swig of water first, and we'll do it. Okay. Let's do it. Got a rough idea for the intro. Do a button makes it a little looser. Yo, Mexican Patrick, thank you for the 10 bomb. Really appreciate that. I'll give you a proper thanks after I film the intro. Cool. How do I want to open this one? TypeScript is an incredible language. I owe it for so much of my success. I cannot imagine building for the web without a typed superset of JavaScript. It's just, JavaScript itself is not good enough for the things that we do and the aspirations we have for what we want to build in the web. That said, TypeScript is far from perfect. I bring up issues with it all the time, but I've never went this in depth. Why am I going so in depth? Well, I moved off. No, not me. I'm not moving off TypeScript anytime soon, but I have been seeing people start to make the move, including the engineers over at Motion. They just announced that they are moving off of TypeScript, and I actually think there's a lot of good information here for us to dig into and learn about why somebody would, or what does it look like to bet on TypeScript at these large scales, and more importantly, why would someone consider moving off once they've built into the ecosystem so heavily with a giant team? They talk about everything from monorepos with Turbo to the TypeScript Go rewrite to Zed causing. They talk about everything from the in this article, they talk about everything from turbo repo monorepos to the performance. Third time's the charm. These guys talk about everything from turbo for monorepos to the TypeScript Go rewrite to the performance issues with Zod v3 versus v4. It's really, really good stuff, and I can't wait to dive in and give my thoughts on why someone would move away from TypeScript, because I know, I love it. You probably don't expect this. This is a really good article. That said, if I have to go rewrite all of my code, somebody's got to cover that lost eng time. So quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. Cool. Once you do it enough times, Ras, you just get used to it. Thanks for the kind words, though. Indio Vibe Code Pro with the gift sub, Mexican with the 10 gift bomb, Raphael with the prime, and then Muzz here with the tier 1. Appreciate all you guys so much. Let's dive in. I'm gonna open up Excalibur ahead of time. This is going to be a fun one. We love you, TypeScript. For nearly 5 years now, Motion has operated in a large TypeScript monorepo. At its peak, it was roughly 2.5 million lines of code after excluding comments, node modules, etc. To manage this, we use Vercel's rather excellent Turbo Repo build system. Turbo Repo has its rough edges. I've been through it with that, but it is still the best option by far. It's so much better than the chaos we dealt with Lerna back in the day. Oh God, I'm having Lerna flashbacks after just saying that. Oh. By the way, if you're not familiar with Motion, they're a work management platform. Don't even know how to categorize them, but I've heard really good things. I know a lot of people who swear by them. It wasn't so AI before, but yeah, they're a way to manage the work that your employees are doing. It's kind of like a Jira type thing, but with a lot more layers to it. It seems really cool. I've heard good things, but that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about them moving off of TypeScript. I have no intention to bash these guys in their engineering. It actually seems like they get what they're doing. Speaking of which, this is not a blog post hating on TypeScript. Quite the opposite. Motion would likely not have even survived until today without it. Motion has pivoted over 20 times. Oh boy. Did not know that they had that level of pivot chaos. Okay, this does not have any info on that. Whatever. You get the idea. Cool. TypeScript lets us quickly validate ideas, and most importantly, it lets all of our developers operate in a truly full stack manner. Very good call out here. The magic of TypeScript isn't just like, oh, it's JavaScript, but slightly more safe. It lets people who are working on one side of things work deeply on the other side as well, with a really good cohesive experience, especially when you build it up the right way. We could quickly and easily share code between the front end and back end. We unified our development We could quickly and easily share code between front end and back end. We unified our development setup greatly. And of course, we took advantage of the extensive and lively ecosystem. Our front end was written in React, mobile apps, React Native, desktop app, Electron. Infrastructure as code, believe it or not, TypeScript. Oh, they're on Pulumi. If you're not familiar, Pulumi is a TypeScript-based alternative for using things like Terraform. Yeah, if you're still managing your infra purely by clicking things in a dashboard, you're probably screwed. But all the infrastructure as code solutions they have their catches, but they end up being really worth it long term. I've personally not tried Pulumi much yet. It is really cool that you can configure everything as TypeScript files and a couple YAML pieces here and there. Seems really good overall. Haven't had a chance to really dive in though. Pretty cool that like they're all that deep on TypeScript and they kind of went all in with it. As they say, we were and we still are huge TypeScript fans. But over time, things started to change. The dream of sharing code everywhere never really fully materialized. From the beginning, there were problems sharing code between React Native and the rest of the ecosystem. We had different versions of React and Tailwind from the rest of the web app, so many core libraries were simply never shared. Oh boy, we're touching on one of my favorite pieces to dive in on. I don't want to go too deep on this, but let's just make the web of all the things that they have like TypeScript for. They have the React web app. They have the React Native mobile app. They have the Electron desktop app. Capitalize, keep it consistent. And they have the backend APIs. And then the infra as code with Pulumi. So these are the pieces that they mentioned. It's very easy to assume, like if you were to like draw boxes of like where is the most code overlap happening, like obviously infra as code, this part's not going to share a whole lot with other things. Like what are even the type definitions of the Pulumi stuff going to do for you in your web app? They're not. There's like its own separate box that's pulled out somewhere else. So if we have everything else in this box, like how much code is actually being shared between these? Ideally, the type definitions from the backend and APIs are being exposed and used in these three services. You would assume that like there's enough different in the desktop app that there will be some difference, but obviously you're trying to share code between the desktop app and the web app. I'd go as far as to say that like the core UI experience should probably be the same repo for web app and desktop app. Not even same repo, but like same package JSON, same actual app. And then you have the React Native app. I find that there's this deep assumption from people that the point of React Native is so that you can write once and have the same app on native and on web. No. The catchphrase for React Native was never write once, run everywhere, which a lot of people assume it was. The goal of React Native was for Meta to make it easier for the full stack web focused people at the company to contribute small features to mobile. In particular, if I recall, it was the ads team at Meta that didn't write good native code, and the native engineers that worked on the mobile apps, in particular like Instagram, really wanted to make sure that external code contributions weren't crappy web views baked into the app. React Native was built out of love of the native platform, not hatred of it. The goal was to make it so that web devs could add native features to apps, not that you could write one code base and have it appear on every platform. React Native was built out of this deep love for the native platform, and it's not meant to just replace things the way that people seem to think it does. As such, React Native code should not have a lot of overlap with the React web code for the actual user interfaces that you're building. I've never been a big fan of all the tools that promise you just have this one package, this one project, this one package JSON, and it becomes your web app, your mobile app, your Android and iOS app, your desktop app, and all these other things, because these platforms are all really different. I have a video about this. Stop pretending mobile is the web. Really proud of this video. I'm surprised it didn't perform as well as I thought it did. I go really in depth on these ideas and how different mobile and web are and how we should stop pretending that they're the same thing, because they're not. You should be building these things differently. You should be treating them differently. You should be thinking about them fundamentally differently as you build. That doesn't mean you can't share some parts. Like when you build complex state management logic, when you have your API like hooks that you're hitting to get data, you can absolutely share pieces. But if we think of this a little bit differently, especially because they already have the mono repo, they have, we'll call this /app/web and /app/expo. The /expo version is obviously the mobile app, and /web is the website. These are two different folders in the project. And if you have pieces you want to reuse, like your API hooks, /utils/API, could have a package that includes all of the hooks that you're reusing between these two pieces. And if this is annoying to set up, which admittedly it absolutely can be, something I have done probably too often is I'll have a folder in each project, like /app/web/API utils, and I will just copy paste this folder between the two projects whenever I need to keep things in sync. It's nice to have this properly separated out as a package, but the point with this isn't that you're guaranteeing the exact same lines of code are being used across both, is that you're saving time and iteration bullshit when you're trying to make sure the behavior is the same across the platforms. Not the behavior when you navigate from one screen to another, but the behavior when you're fetching data from an API or you're doing some weird state management where you're trying to render the right things in the right place. Those types of things are where React Native gets really, really powerful. Not because you don't have to write the code for web or mobile, but because you can share the annoying logic bits between the two. You can share them as a package, you can share them by copy pasting, you can share them by vibe coding, pointing at the other folder in the mono repo. There's a lot of ways you can share that work. That doesn't have to be one project splitting out across many different things. And I find that a lot of people get really frustrated because they try to share their like divs with Tailwind stuff in them between the React Native app and the web app. No, you shouldn't be trying to share UI across these things. They're different platforms. You should treat them differently. If you try to make the web app, or if you try to make the mobile app use your web components or vice versa, you're in for a tough time. You should not be sharing components between these two pieces. You can absolutely share logic between them, but as soon as you try to share components between web and mobile, you end up with components that are worse for both. And this is such a common fail case I see people getting into. It's so common that we actually built Create T3 Turbo as a sample repo, somehow got like 5.6K stars, is almost entirely maintained by Julius, God bless. Create T3 Turbo is a mono repo that's goal is to show you how to host multiple apps with the same backend, taking advantage of Next.js, TRPC, Expo, Turbo, like good shared packaging between things. So here we have an API package that is shared for type definitions across web and mobile. Here you have a DB package that splits out all of the DB and ORM stuff so that it can be used across the auth package, the backend, and if you want to host a separate server, you can do that too. As you see, using TypeScript isn't, I'm using TypeScript because other decisions are hard. It's, I'm using TypeScript because I'm orchestrating a large build chain. That all said, you will start to run into problems, and that's what we're here to talk about. So knowing all of that, how did this go for them? Okay, we're still talking about code share. When we did manage to share code, developers would often forget mobile entirely when making changes to shared libraries, resulting in frequent "who broke the mobile app" hide-and-seek games. Again, as I said, there's no shame in copy pasting a folder between the two when you want to make changes or copy things over. Forcing a shared package does not make anyone better. Eventually, we had to abandon React Native for certain screens where performance was critical. Interesting. This might be a fun read later. We thought React Native was the answer until our app hit 190% CPU. Calendar, for example, screen saw when they first launched. Tripled the number of bridges going between JS to native and back. Interesting. Putting 4 calendar days. Okay, so they moved to, because of all the back and forth for a calendar view, because there's so many layers rendering and then fetching data. This, oh God, this could be its own video. I would argue in a lot of ways they did make the right decision here, depending on how their API is structured. But the simple way of explaining this problem is when you're rendering nested things, and each of those nested things fetches its own data, the back and forth between React Native and Native can get brutal. And I'm assuming they're not on the newest JSI bridge, which makes this even worse. So if you if you have the top level component that goes and fetches data, oh shit, Staple Story, thanks for stopping by. Yeah. So if you have the top level calendar component that fetches your calendar data, and then each of the events in the calendar needs to go fetch its own additional data. Once the first calendar JS code goes and fetches the data, tells Native what to render next, then these new subcomponents render that all need their own data, and each of those has to go do another hop. Not great. This is why it's so valuable if you can move all of your data fetching up so that it happens once in the JS layer, whether you're building a web app or a mobile app. I've went in detail on this in a couple videos, like what are the ones that I'm thinking of? Yeah, all the ways HTML gets to your browser. I go really in depth on this there, of the path that data takes through your applications when you design them. I think a lot about these problems. They're important. And it's interesting to see it as a CPU bottleneck on mobile, but it absolutely could be. And again, one of the cool things with React Native is that it is native. So if you have some views that benefit from native performance, or you just want to make it less likely you're having issues like this, it makes a ton of sense to move over to native for that. Because you can just call the native component from React Native. We're working on the T3 Chat mobile app, and we're working on the T3 Chat mobile app, and I very much intend for us to work on some parts in pure native where it makes sense to. You'll be very surprised which parts it makes sense to. I do actually really like how they framed it at the end here, because again, these guys seem like really good engineers. Normally when I see these, we moved off TypeScript posts or we moved off React Native, they're all cringe, but they're very good and thoughtful with this. As I was saying, case in point here, going forward, we decide to do all new features on mobile with React Native first for iteration and speed. Then, based on the usage and performance demands, we convert them to native at our choosing. Round of applause for these guys. Seriously though, I wish people could both sides this well normally. It's such a relief to read articles from a team that sees the benefits and negatives of the different technologies they're using and is realistic about where to use each of them. It's so rare that this happens. Oh, I like these guys a lot. Back to the TypeScript article that we're all here for, though. Over time, we dealt with all the typical pain points of a growing TypeScript codebase. The language server frequently crashed, CI builds took forever, our somewhat optimized pipeline regularly would still take 20 plus minutes. A large portion of this will eventually be solved with the move to TypeScript Go, but this is the exact problem with TypeScript. There's a lot going on, and I have no doubt that eventually things will be great. But in the meantime, as a rapidly growing and scaling startup, we're not in control of our own destiny. Oh, this is a feeling I can very much sympathize with. I've basically set a hard rule for everything that we build with right now at Ping, T3 Tools Inc., the company building T3 Chat, Ping, PicThing, all of that, where if we don't have confidence that we can meaningfully get in front of the team making decisions and get changes in the direction they're moving to better align with what we need, then I'm very hesitant to work with them. Simply because if we're betting on their tech and it doesn't do what we need it to, we might just be screwed. And I hate that feeling more than anything. And I've been there too. And you might think oh, so you only use small startups, not big companies? Nope, absolutely not. There are tons of big companies that are very receptive to feedback and will actually make changes and move accordingly. And then there's lots of small companies that absolutely won't. I don't want to go in depth on them because those are bad experiences and I don't want to just sit here and complain about shitty companies. But I've had some 5 to 10 person companies that were absolutely miserable to work with because they were convinced that that I was holding it wrong when they had global infrastructure outages that they didn't know about for 3 months that I found first. Ugh, I've been through it with some of these smaller companies and some of these bigger ones, but it's also funny that TypeScript actually, on that note, it's funny TypeScript's the topic here because I've had a really good experience with Microsoft overall. When I was a nobody back in like 2019 when I was at Twitch, we were running into some of these performance issues. And I reached out to Daniel Rosenwasser on Twitter when I had like 40 followers with a, hey, I work at Twitch. We're having some performance issues with TypeScript. Any advice? And they did a call with us when I was nobody. It was so cool. That was my first like, holy shit, I'm like able to make real change happen, not just at this company, but potentially impact the timelines for TypeScript. That was so cool. And Daniel stayed a good friend. We just finally hung out last week when I was in Seattle to visit Microsoft and hang with them a bunch. Great team. They really deeply care. And it's funny how much better, like just for a funny comparison's sake, I feel like I better understand Microsoft, their goals and their plans than I do Vercel right now. Size of company is not what determines this. That all said, TypeScript is inherently a slow-moving beast. They do everything piece by piece, and they make sure it's right before they make it the community's problem, which means it doesn't necessarily move at the speed we need to as a startup. If we're missing some piece that we need from other tools, like with Convex, I am confident that I can bug them and it will get fixed relatively quick. And if not, I'm convinced that we can... And if somehow it isn't, I can throw my engineers at the open source repo, get a PR up, and it's even more likely to get in fast instead. It's a huge difference that's worth considering. But I absolutely agree here and fully feel you with the sentiment that if your company is being held back by the tools and you can't get the tools to change, you're not in control of your own destiny. The company I would argue has done this the best is Meta. Meta made some not great tech choices early on, and they consistently come to the conclusion that it's easier for them to fix the tooling than to move off of the like bad code they have. Rather than fix the fact, or they built a lot of the infra in PHP. PHP obviously didn't scale great for the size of Meta. So what did they do? They moved off PHP, right? No, they made their own language called Hack that compiles PHP into C++. I wish I was joking. It's actually really cool stuff. But that's what Meta does. It's easier for them to make a new language or rewrite the language than it is for them to rewrite the code base. Same reason they're doing all the cool stuff with the React compiler, because it's easier for them to have a compiler go through all of Meta's code and make it faster than it is for them to rewrite the code faster. Yeah. Hermes is also a good example here where they're building a new set of tools for running your JavaScript code that are way faster with the goal of making it so you don't have to rewrite your native code, or even better with static Hermes, which will take your JavaScript and compile it to assembly. Static Hermes, it's going to be really cool. Not because you can compile your old React Native apps to it, but because a bunch of pieces of your app, like packages that you're using that could benefit a lot from that performance win, will have hopefully be built this way, and then you can pull them into your React Native apps and have insane performance. I'm genuinely really excited about what's going on there. That all said, if you're having problems building your TypeScript code base right now, if your team's complaining about their editors locking up constantly, you have to reload constantly, you are dealing with TypeScript server crashes, you're not getting a lot of the benefits that you normally get with TypeScript, and it feels awful. So I fully understand how you'd end up in this position. As they said here, we're waiting for the incredibly talented TypeScript compiler team to make fundamental changes. We're waiting for the really passionate Biome team to support certain features so that we can re-enable basic lint rules without making our CI times terrible. Yep. Yeah, no return on a wait is a really good rule that can absolutely fuck your times. Like, it's just any rule that requires like multiple layers, because this has to know it's an async function and that you're returning with a wait. That's just layers of JST for every single function in your code base that can get really slow, which is annoying. Biome could very well fix this, but Biome is still very early and funded by the community as a replacement for ESLint that's written with native tooling like Rust. Hopefully, it will get really good in the future. It's already surprisingly good, but it's not quite ready for a lot of these bigger code bases with strict rules. More fun ones. We had to wait for Zod 4 to come out just so that our monorepo would even compile, because with Zod v3, we were running into max recursion depth issues on the TypeScript compiler. For that matter, why do we need Zod at all? The ceremony is only required because TypeScript doesn't have runtime types in the first place. Nope. You need validators no matter what. There is no language that you don't need to validate your inputs on for API calls. This is the first thing I've disagreed with thus far. There is no language that properly, by default, sanitizes inputs that in a way that will keep you safe. You absolutely want a tool like Zod for validating. Otherwise, you're writing a shitload of validation code. Every language has solutions for this. You should use them in the other languages you're in. You absolutely do need Zod, though. If you're using Zod to just define function inputs that are not even leaving the same server, yeah, don't do that. Don't use Zod as a way to validate the inputs from one function to another function. Use Zod to validate inputs from one computer to another computer. If any traffic, any calling, any work is being transferred from one machine to another, you should have a validator making sure things are happening between them. And yes, there is Haskell, but we're talking about things that are actually running here, not things that are being posted on Twitter for points. I dearly love Haskell. It is not a relevant comparison because it's not a relevant language. So .NET is as much a framework as it is a language, to be fair. Like, this isn't a feature in the language, it's a feature in the framework, and you can absolutely have validators in your framework. Lots of things have that, but no language has it built in. Happy you guys feel me on the Haskell dunks. Oh boy, ORMs. The story doesn't get any better in the ORM side. As we found out the hard way, Prisma deletes the entire table if your where statement evaluates to undefined. We ran into many, many other bugs along the way. Drizzle seems better, and we sponsored them for many months, but it's not even 1.0 yet. Who's to say it won't also have bugs for the first couple years after launch? I am way too deep on this, and instead of just talking about it a bunch, I'm going to tell you everything they said here is right. Prisma's made a shitload of progress. Like, it's significantly better than it was. And funny enough, they got better by moving off of Rust into pure TypeScript, and it helped the performance a shitload. But I also love that they are sponsoring Drizzle because they want better options so badly. They haven't made the move, but they're sponsoring it because that's, like, long-term, an aspiration they have would be to use Drizzle for stuff. What's really funny as I read this is, like, every single point that they are making here is something that is actively being worked on, as they mentioned before. Like, we have here the React Native stuff. There is so much work going into the JSI bridge for React Native, into things like server components to hoist as many of those calls up as possible so you don't have all the back and forth. Really good stuff there. With the TypeScript stuff, they even say, like, TypeScript Go is happening. Yeah, they're working on it. And then with the lint rules, we have Biome being worked on to make our linting way faster. With Zod v3, we had two different things that happened. First is Zod v4 fixes a lot of the performance issues. And then also there was work done by a couple people, in particular, our friend from Archetype, David, went deep on Alex and I paid him to go deep on TRPC to find where the TypeScript, like, compiler performance issues were. He found some bugs in TypeScript directly, and then they got them fixed, which helped, like, up to 80% performance improvement for a bunch of applications that are building with a lot of these tools. To be clear, none of this is runtime performance. We have not talked about runtime performance at all here, other than with the React Native stuff. Everything else we're talking about here is just the performance of TypeScript in your editor, in your build tools, and all of those types of things. So we've had two huge wins with the Zod side. We had the TypeScript changes, which I would actually like to see how much better things are if they upgrade their TypeScript version, and also Zod v4 fixing a lot of performance issues as well. And then with Prisma, they are basically rewriting Prisma right now to solve as many of these problems as possible and to really work on closing issues because they felt so bad about how many issues just weren't being addressed. And we have Drizzle, which is a massive win on top of it. But as they said earlier, there's a lot going on, and I have no doubt that eventually things will be great. But in the meantime, as a rapidly growing and scaling startup, we're not in control of our destiny. That's the key. This stuff will get better, but they don't want to slow down the team and wait for the community to solve these problems. Things in chat. Let's get you on chat quick. This article's dope. Love that you generally looked for the best solution for them. Popularity be damned. They went technical. Yep, absolutely agree. This has been really nice. What is this? People keep mentioning it. It's like a fake startup. Could be fun to watch later. Who is this? Is it the same guys? Oh no. We were doing so well. Then somebody linked web components are the future from the same author. No. Rip. I'm going to ignore that because I like this a lot. I'll keep that open for potential reading later. Save this. There we go. Anyways. Back to the article, because this is really good stuff. The ecosystem is large, vibrant, and passionate. It's full of people who genuinely want the best for the web and are trying their best. But at the end of the day, as a CTO, I cannot rest the fate of my company in someone else's hands. The gnawing feeling of helplessness every time we ran into one of these issues was eating away at me, especially when these problems are for the most part solved in many mature ecosystems. It's no accident that Java and .NET rule the enterprise world. Runtime types are a given. Relatively fast compile times are mandatory for code bases that are millions of lines long. They both have an ORM that has matured over decades, which means for basic CRUD operation development. They both have an ORM that has matured over decades, which means that for basic CRUD operations, developers simply don't need to think at all. There's only one real choice. With multi-threading back on the table, we don't need to spin up complex workflow orchestration solutions to keep a single-threaded event loop free. And ultimately, this means developers can focus on solving novel problems instead of finding increasingly clever solutions for decades-old use cases. I half agree. You will find when you use these other solutions that you were in a bit of a grass is greener type thing. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that Java and .NET aren't meaningfully more boring than things are in the web dev world. I'm also a bit of a Java defender. I'm known for that. But it's particularly interesting they say this when Java's in the middle of its like biggest upheaval of all time. Like they're rebuilding the primitive types in Java as we speak. Like int is going to change. Things like int and string are going to be different fundamentally at like a base primitive level in the next major for the JVM. Java's changing so much right now that it's funny it comes up here because it's going to break all sorts of old code in all sorts of weird fucking ways. But you can also stay on an old version of Java and be fine. I would guess the average Java app is on some version of Java that's at least 6 years old. And while the ORMs are definitely way more mature, they're also going to be more limited and not have a lot of the niceties that we expect nowadays. Things like full stack type safety is going to be gone. You're going to be replacing a bunch of the code that you don't have to write because you're inferring types from back end to front end. Now you're going to have to write all of those type definitions and keep them in sync. If you thought it was bad making sure the same TypeScript package worked for the web and mobile apps, you have no idea how annoying it is making sure your types are syncing for different API calls across all of your services when you make one change in one function in one code base. And then keeping the deployments in sync and all of those other things, you're trading one problem for another. That said, if you have people who know the Java and if you have somebody at the company that knows the Java or the .NET ecosystem really well and can work through those problems, absolutely this could make a ton of sense. But you're trading one set for another. And I would argue there's an in-between not being explored here, which is writing TypeScript as though it is Java or .NET. rethink how you're building that backend. Use simpler, dumber tools. Use or stub out basic REST endpoints. Use a really simple ORM. There's a lot of solutions and a lot of minimal structures you can build your TypeScript backends with. Also, the multi-threading thing here. Yeah, you just said that this is for CRUD stuff, didn't you? Yeah. Basic CRUD operations, devs don't need to think at all. Then with multi-threading back on the table, we don't need complex workflow orchestration. You do understand that if you have a request that a user's making that takes a lot of time because it's waiting for an LLM to generate some response, and you have 4 to 8 threads open on this box, that thread is in almost all tools just sitting there waiting to complete. So even if you have multiple threads, you might not be using them all actively. And this is the benefit of the event loop in JavaScript. A lot of the workloads that we're doing, in particular, these types of CRUD things, actually perform better with an event loop than they would perform with traditional multi-threading. This obviously varies a ton across details of implementation and whatnot, but if you look at something like Rails, Rack is their solution, and each thread that Rack is working on is handling one request at a time. Is it boring? Yes. But solving CRUD operations at scale shouldn't be exciting. It should be boring and safe. It's 2025. We as an industry should know how to scale CRUD apps to hundreds of thousands of queries per second safely and reliably without bugs, without performance bottlenecks, and without excitement. Again, I don't think this is what the article was about. I really don't. Like, up until now, it was about the developer experience problems in the maintaining of the giant code base. There are different types of scale. There is how well does your app handle, or I would argue there's roughly 3 types of scale. I've talked about this in other videos. They never perform because I never know how to package them. But we have things like QPS on a given box. So this is like, if I have a server with 4 cores at 2 gigahertz and 4 gigs of RAM, how many queries per second can it handle? That's obviously something people like to talk about a lot, think about. I would argue most people think scale is just this, which is really, really stupid because that's the part of scale that matters the least. The two that matter a lot more are horizontal scaling, which is how well can this project be split up horizontally to handle larger amounts of traffic. You might be able to go longer without having 2 servers if your server can handle 100,000 QPS instead of 10,000. Once you hit 100,001, you still need to split horizontally. How well does the tooling you're using handle that split? If it doesn't, you're screwed. If it does, awesome. And thankfully, TypeScript code base, especially if you're building them in the more serverless mindset, like if you're using Next.js the Next.js way, you horizontally scale incredibly well because you're not keeping any state on the server. The state's just in the database. And now your bottleneck is how well does your database connection layer scale instead. And then there is, I don't even know what to call it. I'll call it code base scaling. This is how well does your tooling handle more developers, more contributions, just more code moving around in the code base. What we've been talking about for this entire article has been code base scaling. How well do these tools handle when you have giant code bases with hundreds of engineers contributing hundreds of thousands of lines of code? Horizontal scaling is largely solved by most modern tools, especially those that are serverless capable. And then QPS doesn't really matter that much, especially now, because AI workloads are so much more expensive than the compute you'd be paying for the request. Like, if JavaScript is 10 times slower than Rust, and you're hypothetically min-maxing perfectly, so you're using 10 times more compute than you would if you were using Rust instead, that would have been a 10x reduction in your AWS bill before. Now it's like a rounding error because the AI workloads that you're doing during those requests cost 1,000 times more than the actual compute for the request. Like 100,000 requests costs pennies. One LLM call can cost dollars. There's no, like QPS doesn't really matter as a scaling metric for a lot of businesses anymore. And I don't see any convincing argument that it does here. Whereas the horizontal scaling absolutely does, because when you max out your main box, how does that handle, or because when you do max out that main box, can you spin up a secondary? How are you handling those types of things? with Vercel or Next or Cloudflare or any of these modern tools, you don't really have to worry about that anymore, which is awesome. But if you move to .NET or Java, you're taking over that problem again. Now you're building your own gateway to distribute the traffic across many different nodes. Now you're deep in Kubernetes or Pulumi or any of these things, trying to make sure your cloud infra and provisioning is ready for the different scales that you might hit. If you get a random traffic spike where suddenly you're getting 100 times your traffic, some number of those requests are going to time out and die as you're waiting for a server to spin up to handle it. All of those types of things become your problem when you move away from this nice little web dev world. They're trading issues here and here for issues here. And that's fine if that's the trade that they're willing to make and that they think is best for their business. There's no shame in that. But I dislike that they're calling out scale problems here and performance problems here when the only performance issue they had was React Native. And as we discussed earlier, they solved it the right way. Their backend isn't having performance scaling issues. The backend is having code base scaling issues. Apparently, the line in the sand for them was their agentic workflow system. We needed to have a code block that could execute arbitrary JS. And for obvious security reasons, that couldn't be executed in a backend container that also ran JavaScript. This coincided with a major, yet to be publicized, new initiative in the company. Sandboxing is hard no matter what you do. This requires a much deeper dive in VM layering. I don't like this point either. It's really hard to sandbox safely. There's no reason a node server can't spin up another, whatever you'd be doing in Java to handle this, you're spinning up a sandbox with JavaScript to run this code. You can do that in Node as well. Obviously, if you just run eval inside of your, obviously, if you just call eval with a bunch of random user-driven code inside of your Next.js app connected to your server with Node in the backend, that doesn't work. But you can just call a bash command. You can just spin up some other instance the same way you can anywhere else. Or you can do what I would recommend, use any of the many different services to run that JavaScript in a safe sandbox in a server with infra that's built for this. I really don't like this point. It's a shame because up until now, I agreed with every fucking word of this article. But these two feel a bit cop-outy. I would love to talk more with them about what's going on with the executing of JS code bit. I am genuinely really curious. I don't know. Here's their conclusion section. I think there'll be good stuff. Wait, no, it's not even the conclusion. Retake on that. Back to the article. I have a feeling it's going to pick back up. Fingers crossed. So if we need to introduce another language for arbitrary code execution anyway, could we just start the new initiative in the new language? But that begged the question of which language. There's no reason that your arbitrary code execution backend needs to be a different language. You just need to isolate the sandbox right. 2 years ago, in a now infamous offsite in Chicago, we had a similar fork in the road moment. TypeScript does not and will never have a truly sound type system, and even back then we were having TypeScript fatigue. I wish we had more info on what this looked like. And while a majority of the backend devs wanted to move to a new language, the ensuing flame war between the language choices ultimately led to us remaining on TypeScript. This time, I've learned my lesson. No polls. Just kidding. In truth, I did discuss it with 6 or so engineers, but I didn't want to have a truly open forum. Yeah, as soon as you ask engineers what language do they want to use, and they're allowed to answer with languages they're not actually using much, it becomes a flame war because it's all idealism and not realism. You need to talk to people who are working in multiple languages to get a good taste of those things. The criteria was that I wanted a garbage collected, statically typed language that was performant and maximized productivity. Yep, that very much limits your choices. And according to the author, that meant C# and Java. Kotlin would like a word. Kotlin's a great language. And Go would not work for this. They said statically typed. Go doesn't really understand types. Go barely has like nullish typing. If you have a function that can return null, it doesn't tell you that in the type layers at all. It's like really bad. That said, I have no beef with Java or C#. You guys probably hate Java more than I do, knowing my comment section. And C# was created by the same guy as TypeScript. Anders is a phenomenal designer. Anders is phenomenal at language design, and there's a reason he made both of these languages. They're very similar in their goals. In the end, they decided on C#, even though he had never used it professionally, because he genuinely believes Motion will be far more productive. Point 1 is the entity framework. As mentioned above, many of the frustratingly simple problems that we dealt with were the lack of a very robust and performant ORM. Most B2B software centers around basic CRUD operations. Was that just a quote? I thought that was a link. Oh, somebody else replied to this. Reread on that. Most B2B software centers around basic CRUD operations, and we at Motion are no exception. After playing around with it myself, I was absolutely blown away by Entity Framework. At Motion, we long struggled with dealing with soft deletes, especially with nested models. With Entity Framework Core's global query filters, it's literally a single line of code. Interesting. So there's a global query filter that you can define that means anytime you try to query for that field or that model, it now will filter out based on that property. You must admit, this is funny that like this is the callus they have. Note that at this point, you must manually set is deleted in order to soft delete an entity. How else would you handle that? Okay, I live too deep in my TypeScript bubble if that has to be called out. They are really building this for like the dumbest, most obvious paths, which makes sense. This is going to be a very nice and boring code base. There are many more examples of really advanced use cases like table splitting, concurrency tokens, navigation properties. The thing that impressed me the most was how natural the change tracking was. Unlike in Prisma or Drizzle, where we had to plumb transactions through to every method in the repository layer, EF Core operated this way by default. Operations naturally just mutated the context, and saving the context would transactionally commit all changes. At any time, you can simply create a new context or save the old one. They should have evaluated effect. They would have had to learn more, and it would have had its own catches for sure. But effect handles a lot of those types of things really well. Entity instances became tracked when they are returned from a query executed against the database. Yeah. Context.changeTracker.detect changes. They now have a layer where they can detect all changes and all things going through the ORM. That is really nice. You can build that yourself. I understand why they didn't, but you could. Having that built in gives you a lot more confidence, though. Like, they don't want to be sitting around building the tooling for these types of things when there's an ecosystem that has it all solved already for the scale they're at, especially because they're targeting these types of enterprises. Point 2 for why they picked C# is the similarity to TypeScript. I wonder why. These two languages were created by the same person. Oh, that might be why. It's only natural they look and feel similar. As many people are starting to realize, heck, Microsoft even advertises this. The language constructs are exceedingly similar. Both have async await, similar arrow patterns for anonymous function syntax, nullable types, and a lot more. Perhaps the best website comparing and contrasting the two languages is this one by our very own senior staff engineer, Charles Chen. The familiarity was quite important because it meant the velocity hit during the transition would be minimized. Yeah. TypeScript is like C#. This is a whole website. This might be its own video, actually. That's funny. It is funny how similar these look. I might have to do this in the future. Saved for later. Then we have the ecosystem. C# is the 5th most popular programming language, excluding SQL, HTML, and Bash. Are you saying that SQL, HTML, and Bash aren't programming languages? They're not. They're literally saying excluding, but I have to make the joke. While it's less popular than TypeScript or JavaScript, I generally don't find continued benefits linearly with the size. While it is less popular than TS and JS, it doesn't necessarily mean that the size of the ecosystem will continue to benefit you. There's a certain minimum you have to hit. It's much more similar to logarithmic growth. After a certain point, it plateaus, and there isn't more marginal utility to the extra library, especially when the quality of many of these libraries, quite frankly, isn't that high. In that sense, it's more of a binary test. Is the ecosystem large enough? Not is it the largest? I really like this point, actually. I find a lot of people are comparing things that are so close in quality, it barely matters anymore. What we need to be comparing, like, is it enough? And C# is absolutely a good enough ecosystem. For our use cases, it passed the test with flying colors. C# has a rich history of event sourcing, world-class support for the actor model, and really great message buses and more. Absolutely. How about AI coding, though? This will be fun. Apparently, the C# and .NET play really well with AI coding tools. In general, I found that the stronger the guardrails, the further the AI can go without human intervention. When I was playing around with F#, which had a much stricter compiler than JS and Python, I consistently found that I could send Claude on longer, more complex tasks. Reread. When I was playing around with F#, which had a much stricter compiler than JS and Python, I consistently found I could send Claude on longer and more complex tasks without oversight and simply trust the compiler to catch the most common issues. The stronger the guardrails, the longer the AI can go. I think it's no surprise that Kotlin and Elixir, both very functional, consistently perform better with code generation. C# is top 5. Did not know that was a thing. This is a podcast I'm very excited to watch later. Very excited to see how Elixir and Kotlin perform that well, especially because Elixir doesn't have the same level of strictness in the compiler. Strictness on the compiler aside, C# has hundreds of well-established and very performant lint rules thanks to the very well-documented Roslyn compiler API. One of those lint rules mandates that all public methods and fields have structured XML documentation around them, which is a well-known happy path for AI models. You know, everybody's saying XML will make your prompting better. Now you can force XML in the actual pieces in your code base with C#. That's cool. Combined with the sheer volume of well-crafted examples throughout the .NET ecosystem, my very unscientific vibe-based finding is that AI models do indeed write better C# code than TypeScript code, given a similar amount of prompting effort. For backend, absolutely. Try to get it to write a UI in C# and you're fucked. Conclusion. .NET is not cool, and for good reason. For many years, it was Windows only and had a reputation of being quite archaic. As Google took Silicon Valley and the web by storm, technologies from Mountain View became the de facto standard. But .NET Core has been quietly and steadily evolving. This is most definitely not the C# of yore. It's modern, Linux first, and open source. It has blazing fast performance and a rock-solid, mature runtime. I recognize this is a contrarian take, but if you're the type of dev who has an open mind and prefers some against-the-grain type of thinking, then I think Motion is the right place. Apparently, others are making the same move. Here is TraceBait moving from TypeScript to C#. Fun. Very interesting. This was a phenomenal read. There were little bits I disagreed with. I think he went a little harder on the runtime performance than he should have, considering the workloads that were being discussed. But other than that, this was phenomenal. Thank you, Chandler, for writing this, and thank you to Motion for publishing your findings here. I wish more businesses would do this. It's a lot of work to write this type of thing, especially if you're going to write it this well, but it doesn't hurt your business at all. There is no negative to sharing this way of thinking. In fact, there's a huge positive. They're hiring. So if you're interested in a company that thinks through their engineering this well, I can't imagine Motion would be a bad place to work. Thank you all for taking the time. I hope you enjoyed this read as much as I did, and maybe, just maybe, you might end up moving off of TypeScript. Let me know what you think, and until next time, peace, nerds. There's the article for those who are interested. Did Meta just drop a model? Where is this? Literally, their website's not fucking loading. I know that was 2023. I'm trying to get to their blog and find like latest. Jack shit. Hmm. Hmm. This is deep enough in the weeds that I don't know if I'll say intelligent things about it. Thank you guys for the links. Sorry, I'm melting in here. Just turn on the AC. This is a very interesting development. What do you got for me? This is really interesting stuff, actually. Oh shit, is Melky in chat? Did I miss Melky? God damn it. Oh, yo, hey man, how you doing? Hope all is well. We need to hang now that you're like in SF. This is definitely not the model that changes meta only having bad models this year. This is not a good model. This is a research model. It's a very interesting, useful one. The idea of world modeling where it's like creating an environment as part of the training instead of it just being trained on like input output code is very interesting. Yeah, it knows what like the environment looks like, what the inputs and outputs look like. It's trained on the actual like frames of things happening as the code executes. This is the data it's trained on, so it's able to fake the execution better. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. I don't know if I'm smart enough to do a video on this, honestly. This is cool. I'm definitely not smart enough for it, but it is cool as shit. Thank you, chat, for letting me know. Oh, temporal's finally happening. Very excited. Fix how you place your hands on the keyboard and force yourself to stay home row, and then do a bunch of typing games. I saw the new Planscale blog post. I started reading it. It seems really good. Yeah, the article, the TypeScript one. Yeah, thank you again, Hitesh, for linking that before. I definitely have more video ideas from that. I was just like 20% smarter, so I could meaningfully cover that first. Congrats, Jacob. Well earned. Anything else big that I missed? Ooh. And you not see it was CrowdStrike for the most recent post install exploits. That's fucking hilarious that CrowdStrike of all things got exploited. Fucking hilarious. Yeah, the YC early decision thing is cool. Yeah, this is an offline chat, Melky. Yeah, today is the boring day. I have a bad feeling a bunch of stuff's going to happen tomorrow because that's how this tends to go. Kind of want to do Cursed Lang. Oh yeah, Jeff isn't here. That's fine. I think he'll be hyped that we talked about it all. I need to find so I posted a long time ago. My community's making a language. Because it was my community made their own cursed language. And it went viral when I posted it. It's been a long time. I post too much. Not the Toad Pond thing, no. It was forever ago, like 2023, if I recall. My community made a fuck, what was it called? We had a sub channel for it. Ask Grok to find it. I will do that. Find the viral post from @Theo where he shows a fake programming language his community made. We should get all the cursed languages up though. They renamed it to Gulf of Mexico. The name was open. Oh my fucking god. Jesus Christ. Toad Pond can't help themselves. God, that's so good. I'm going to spin up a second one because this is not going great so far. Did I lose the other one? I thought Grok was supposed to be good at this part, but it's losing history. Rip. Oh shit, somebody else find it before Grok did? You did. Thank you guys. Yeah, Grulang. So my first ever viral post. It was 2022, not 2023. God damn. I've been doing this for too long. See if I can find it now. Okay. I just got the year right. It would have been able to find it. Cool. Good to know. Lessons learned. Let me thank all the subs that I missed when we were doing that. Thank you, Frostjacked, for the resub. 20 months now. Go to the bottom and work my way up because I missed a bunch. Thank you, Row Program, for the tier 2, the few and the proud. Appreciate that. Locked and coded. 37 months in now. Fucking legend. Always good to see you, man. Alejo, 43 months in. 6 of tier 3. Will you be at TwitchCon, Alejo? I hope I'll see you there. Cyrus gifting a sub over to Anene. Or Anane. Hopefully I got that right that time. My favorite, Barrel, continuing their skiff sub. Always good to see you. Hope things are fun at Male Zero. Just Isabel, 23 months in. The K here, bringing up the Tanstack Start RC. We'll definitely talk about it more. It's going to do the full release very soon, so I'm probably going to wait for that. We got Leander here. I watched the new Gem Attack. I have not had a chance to. I did see it and save it. We'll look at that later. Toby HPR with the Prime. Viewbot with a heart. So my favorite users and usernames, 25 months in. The Max Fan with the tier 1. Lemura with the Prime. And Cyrus gifting Melky. Appreciate all of you guys. Oh, Code and Life. I miss it. Should bring it back. Let's do Curseling. I have feelings. I want to get them out. Programming languages have changed a lot over the years, and for the most part, this is a good thing. All of the language authors are trying to make a great language, trying to make it as easy as possible for us to write good, safe, reliable applications. But what if they weren't? What if they were trying to make something a bit more fun? Well, you'd end up with something like Gruling, which originally came from my Discord back in 2022. This one went way too far. Fax, Fooby, Hello World, Finna Bar, a bit much. Thankfully, there were better options like Dreambird, which was recently renamed Gulf of Mexico because the name was open. Why not, right? There are so many bangers in this. Their class definition. You can make classes, but you can only ever make one instance of them. This shouldn't affect how most object-oriented programmers work. Dreambird, Gulf of Mexico, formerly known as Dreambird. Phenomenal language. I did a video on that one forever ago, and I just died laughing for an hour straight. But we're here for something a bit different. We are here because Jeff, formerly known as the guy at AMP, now is actually available for hire, by the way, if you're looking for somebody like him. He made a language called Curstlang. And he made this language by running Claude code in a loop for 3 months. Yes, this language, this functioning programming language, was created by running Claude in a loop for 3 months straight, burning tens of thousands of dollars in tokens to generate a new language for Gen Z. Knowing my audience demographics, this is not going to benefit me much because there are not a whole lot of people in my audience that are Gen Z. But for those who aren't, we'll have a lot of fun. And for those who are, I'm sorry. I don't know why you're here, but I appreciate you. Let's dive in to Curstlang. Programming, but for Gen Z. They better have emojis for variable definitions. I'm still mad that most languages don't support that. This is going to be a really fun deep dive. I can tell. Oh, man. This is going to inflict emotional damage on me. And someone has to cover my therapy. So we're going to take a quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. I can't decide if I want to start with the site or the article. I'm leaning the site. I just want to see some examples. Here's a binary tree reversal. I love that they even have like syntax highlighting. So we got squad tree node, val normie, left tree node, right tree node, slay invert tree. Is that an @ symbol? I hate that if so. No, it's not. What the fuck is that symbol? It's in Among Us. Oh, this is going to ruin me. I'm going to die. Oh, God. Okay, so slay invert tree, root tree node, ready, root equals nah, damn nah. Swap the children, root left, root right equals root right, root left. This is too normal. This also is. Is damn return? Damn is return is actually hilarious. Oh, man. A two-sum. Is bestie a loop? Oh, God. Oh, God. Is this real? No cap. Keyword reference guide. Ready is if, otherwise is else. Bestie is for. Period is while. Vibe check is switch. Mood is case. Basic is default. I actually like that. Damn is return. Ghosted is break. That's hilarious. Simp is continue. Later is defer. Stan is go. Flex is range. Oh, you prefix comments with for real, for real. Beautiful. Oh, it looks like this box was vibe coded and we can't see the end of it. That's annoying. If I put this in an editor, will I be able to, oops, paste it? Now that appears to have done the whole page. Okay, I just lost no cap on God, which is how you do block comments. Makes sense. Vibe is package, yeet's import. I feel like yeet should be export, not import. Or return. Slay is func, sus is var, fax is const, be like is type, and squad is struct. When should I use cursed over Rust, Go, or Python? When a hiring manager says that you can use any language for the coding interview. Yep, that's the time to do it. How is it made? Following prompt was issued into a coding agent. Hey, can you make a programming language like Golang, but all the lexical keywords are swapped so they're Gen Z slang? And then the coding agent was left running AFK for months in a bash loop. AKA Ralph Wiggum. While dude cat prompt MD npx -- yes source graph / amp done. This is AMP is an alternative to Claude Code, Open Code, etc. I would normally plug it because he worked there, but he doesn't work there anymore, and it was a very sudden thing. So I'd imagine both him and I aren't trying to plug AMP too hard right now. Did you really run an agent in an AFK loop for 3 months with instructions that it could implement anything it wanted? Facts. How much did this cost? A fourth of a San Francisco engineer's monthly salary. Oh boy. It is a real language that you can download and compile. We might do that at the end, but I want to read the article because this is already art. Thank you, Jeffrey, for this chaos. I ran Claude Code in a loop for 3 months, and it created a Gen Z programming language called Cursed. It's a strange feeling knowing that you can create anything. And I'm starting to wonder if there's a 7th stage of the people stages of AI adoption by software devs. So here's the 6 stages. It's not good enough. Prove to me that it isn't hype. Experimenting with LLMs. Deer in the headlights. Will I have a job in the future? Alarmed. We need to bin our planning and change priorities. Engaged in consuming AI. Then engage in consuming AI like with Cursor. Engaged, realizing. Then the final stage is engaged, realizing that LLMs can be programmed and then doing it. Apparently, there is a 7th stage. Essentially, the Matrix scene, I know Kung Fu. It's where you deeply understand that you can do anything now and just start doing it because it's possible and fun, and doing so is faster than explaining yourself. Outcomes speak louder than words. This is another one of those fun things that I actually deeply feel because I learned quickly that I'm better at coding quick than actually a thing I had to learn early in my career. I was better at coding a prototype than I was at explaining to my coworkers why we should do a thing. I've since gotten better at explaining, judging by the view count underneath here and the sub count. By the way, if you haven't subbed, it's free. You should consider it. Yeah. I didn't used to be good at explaining, so I would just code the thing and show the thing instead because it was way more likely I would get a yes. I've since gotten better at the other side, but man, being able to just build the thing and show it before we were told no was a huge unlock for me early in my career. And now this AI stuff makes it even easier for most devs to build that way. There's a falsehood that AI results in software engineers' skills atrophying, and there's no learning potential. You're using AI only to do and not learn, you're missing out. Absolutely agree with that. I've also been saying for a bit now, I genuinely believe most devs would be significantly better off if they stopped using AI tools to do things they don't know how to do, but to help them do things they don't know how to do and teach them. But more importantly, they could also use the AI tools to automate things they already are familiar with, because then they can keep an eye on it. I've never written a compiler, but I've always wanted to do one, so I've been working on one for the last 3 months by running Claude in a while loop with a simple prompt. Hey, can you make me a programming language like Golang, but with all the lexical keywords swapped so they're Gen Z slang? Why? I really don't know, but it exists, and it produces compiled programs. During this period, Claude was able to implement anything that Claude desired. Programming language is called Cursed. It's cursed in its lexical structure, it's cursed in how it was built, it's cursed that this is possible. It's cursed in how cheap this was, and it's cursed through how many times I've sworn at Claude. Yep. For the last 3 months, Claude's been running in this loop with a single goal. Produce me a Gen Z compiler, and you can implement anything you like. And it's now available. So what's included? Anything Claude thought was appropriate to add. which includes the compiler with two modes, interpreted and compiled, is able to produce binaries on Mac OS X, Linux, and Windows via LLVM. So it's a proper LLVM compiler. Beautiful. There are some half-completed VS Code, Emacs, and Vim editor extensions, as well as a tree sitter grammar, and a whole bunch of really wild and incomplete standard library packages. We already went over the lexical structure earlier. Oh, the Among Us T is the pointer to type T. That's what the Among Us is. It's a pointer. Oh, God. Here's Elite Code 104. Maximum depth for a binary tree. This one we looked at earlier, it is. If this is your sort of chaotic vibe and you'd like to turn this into the Dogecoin of programming languages, head over to GitHub and run a few more Claude code loops with the following script. Study spec/star to learn about the programming language. When authoring the cursed standard library, think extra hard, as the cursed programming language is not in your training data set and may be invalid. Come up with a plan to implement XYZ as Markdown, then do it. There is no roadmap. The roadmap is whatever the community decides to ship from this point forward. At this point, I'm pretty much convinced that any problems found in Cursed can be solved by just running more Ralph loops by skilled operators, like people with experience compiler. An example, i.e., people with experience with compilers who shape it through prompts from their experience versus letting Claude just rip unattended. There's still a lot to be fixed. Happy to take pull requests. Success is not defined as Cursed ending up in the Stack Overflow developer survey. Success is defined as Cursed ending up in the Stack Overflow surveys, either the most loved or most hated programming language, continuing the work to bootstrap the compiler to be written in Cursed itself. Oh, man. I want to read through some of the code. Like, what is it written in? It's mostly written in Zig. I'm opening this in my work browser so I can give it a star quick. Definitely deserves one if you haven't yet. Link in the description as always. Oh, man. What are the issues? Yeet should be yoink. Yeet should be yoink. This was a major oversight in the construction of the language. I don't know how you can fix it, but you should. I have a feeling I know how to fix it. Change Bootstrap compiler from Rust to Zig. Is that just like one commit where they rewrote the whole thing in Zig instead? Oh no, this is just the README. At some point it was in Rust, and then it got moved over. It was just doing random commits like every 10 minutes. 6:20 a.m., 6:34 a.m., 6:44 a.m. It just cranked. This is so funny. Historic achievement, 0 compiler errors milestone reached. 4:14 a.m. on September 8th. Then 5:14 a.m., AST-based function compilation restored. Beautiful. There is so much shit here. Oh my God. I just need to clock this quick. $330 megabytes of GitHub repo. Oh my God. $435 megs? Jesus Christ. 450 megs of Git and Git history. Jesus Christ. It's taking actual time to count all of the lines. Jesus. I've never seen clock take this long, even on just absolutely giant code bases. I wonder if Pearl's gonna Apparently there's a Rust-based alternative. Oh, it finished. Nice. 468,000 lines of code. Majority is Markdown. There's 217,000 lines of Markdown, 168,000 lines of Zig, 21,000 lines of which are comments. If you ever were curious if this was actually LLM generated, there you go. 38K lines of HTML, 28K lines of text, 3.8K lines of diff. LLVM has 1,800 lines. TOML 1,500, YAML 1,400, JavaScript and TypeScript in the 1,300 range. Bit of C++, some Vim scripts. There's 500 lines of C with over 106,000 lines of comments in the C files. Beautiful. This is utter chaos. And then 2 lines of CSV to close it all out. Beautiful. Art. Do I even want to look at the code base? I'm scared, like genuinely. Look at a demo cursed project. The file extension is a skull emoji. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna live in the moment. Does this programming language work if I use emojis as variable names? See how Claude Code does? It's about to be a very expensive joke. Thank you, whoever sponsored this video. It looks like it's not finding examples of emojis used as variable names, which is concerning. Figured that out pretty quick. No, you can't use emojis as variable names. Implement emojis as variable names. I'm sure this isn't going to cost me a lot of money. Someone in chat said Anthropic should sponsor this. Honestly, yes. At the very least, they should sponsor this project, and they should sponsor Jeff to work on this, because this is beautiful. I already regret this. I know how expensive it's going to be. Oh, man. Anything else on the site? Community is just the Discord, right? Lizard. I just saw this. You have the GitHub link, the Discord link, and you can never forget the lizard link. Very important. Oh shit, that was sounds from my computer. Sorry, guys. It's doing its first edit. Looks like it's hitting the spec. Yeah, it is. Cool. Yes, and allow all edits during the session. Have fun. Yeah, I'll reread this. Just check the Join the Vibes section on the website. There's a GitHub link, of course, Discord, of course there is. And you can never forget the lizard link. Very important. The comments. Cursed enhancement. Full emoji support for identifiers. Making cursed the most expressive language. If this does work, I will file a PR. Wait, I just realized. Compiler written in Zig. Emoji variable names. Do you know what other compiler is written in Zig, guys? There's one other. I'm beginning to think I might finally get my dream of emoji variable names. I might finally be able to use emojis for variable names in JavaScript. All it will take is one pull request to bun. Just saying. You know what? Talk's cheap. The repo for bun is smaller than the repo for cursed lang. This was 376 megs, and cursed lang was over 450. Just saying. This is the code base for bun, the JS toolkit written in Zig. I want the JS code it compiles and runs to be able to use emojis as variable names. Update the... I'm going to give it more specifics. We'll let it do its thing. Let's see if I even have Zig set up on here. I probably don't. Probably needs an update. We'll just let it run. Zig commands. Library not loaded. You know what? I have a solution for this too. Claude. Let me grab this. Oops. I'm having issues running Zig on my Mac. Here's the error I get. Please fix it. We're really vibe coding now. Brew reinstalls Zig, sure. Apparently this worked there. I can't run it yet, but let's be real. That's not going to stop me from much. Apparently it only cost $1.13 to add this to curse laying. Don't want it to include .claude. I need to make a branch. All right, I'll just... Normally I fork first, but I didn't think I would be really contributing, so it's going to be a bit of annoying git foo with one hand. Oh, I know what I need to do. Why am I being so silly here? Why would I make this contribution? We have local changes on this project. Please add a commit message in the same style as other commits. Push this to a different remote on my GitHub account at c3.gg and file a pull request. You can use the GitHub CLI. Why was I going to file this PR myself? I know better. See if Claude fixing my Zig install worked in the background. Cool. That is now fixed. I will let this keep going. And here, co-authored by Claude. Go nuts. Why would it use the HTTPS URL, not the SSH one first? Cool. Hopefully it'll work now. It's going to be really funny if making the PR costs a similar amount of money. Oh god, did you guys get a website for that stupid fucking character? Did you really? Or are you guys like this? Why are you guys like this? Did you really fucking redirect amongus.com to my Twitter? Why are you... I'm proud of you guys. I hate you, but I am proud of you guys. Fucking trolls. Yeah, whoever did that, I'm proud of you. Also, Svei, I missed the raid. Thank you so much for the raid. Sorry, I'm in the middle of some utter vibe coding chaos, if you couldn't tell. We're trying to contribute to Cursed Lang. Let that do its thing. PR is up, and I did not write a single line of code or even run the git commands. Add full Unicode emoji support to Cursed Lang Lexer with emoji ranges. Ugh, beautiful. I am proud of my work. Look at this beautiful syntax. Mixed emoji and text identifiers even. It went ham. Sus clown or sus circus normie array equals normie of flame emoji, diamond emoji, star. Oh man. This is beautiful. What have we done? The for real for comments is sending me every time. Oh no, did the build fail? Okay, we'll let it fix the build. Does it even have CI? Oh no. It was approved by you guys, not by fucking Jeff yet. God, if this works in Bun as well, I'm going to be so amused. Yes, it wrote unit tests as well. Of course it did. It's a good coder. All good developers write unit tests for everything they do. This is so amusing to me. I need to vibe code more. This is hilarious. What was that fail? Hash character support. Fun. It's actually adding debug statements to the compiler and using those to debug what's going wrong. That's cool. Apparently the bun one is now done adding tests, but now it has to build and test the changes that it made. It already implemented the support. God, if I actually get bun to support JavaScript emojis as variable names, I will be so pumped. There's no way they'll ever merge this. But what if? And as always, don't take my shit posting here as an excuse to start causing problems for the developers who make these things. Like, do not spam bun or other repos with a bunch of pull requests doing this stuff. It's not good. Okay. My laptop is fucking spinning up. I hear my fans going. Oh, it's all the Clang processes. It's got all of my CPUs going. God damn. You guys, needs to be, here, I'll just move it. Got all of my cores going. They were all at 100 a second ago. Now it's only 4 of them. Let me try to build with a longer timeout since the instructions mentioned it can take up to 2.5 minutes. Fun. This is such a bad idea. Okay, it looks like it passed all the tests for that. Okay, now it's committing and pushing. Finally. I will let it do whatever it wants. Is there a hotkey for do whatever for Claude Code where I just give it blind access to all things and I have to approve everything it wants to do? Normally, I give Claude Code much more restricted access. It has accept edits, plan mode, or none. I was hoping there was one for just auto approve everything, like YOLO mode. Whatever. This appears to have been done, and now it pushed. Let's see if the builds actually go. Not enough compute credit to prioritize tasks. It seems like there isn't enough credit on their GitHub Actions for this. Make me a usable binary for Mac and show me the command to run it on a given cursed lang file. I want to see this working myself for a demonstration. How do I turn on YOLO mode? Do I have to have done it like when I launched? It looks like it did not succeed with the implementation. Fun. Most of this can be cut and sped up, I'm sure, FaZe. I trust you to make it something actually fun to watch. Okay, here's our simple test file. Vibe main, yeet vibes, for real, simple emoji identifier test. We have a number, aka normie, it's fire. T, hello world. Fire should be 42 and computer should be hello world. Vibes.spill for the log is great. Now let's see. Use the compiler dash debug dash verbose demo dot skull. Seg faults. So close, but so far. I'm just gonna see if it still compiles. Nope. Even when I not save. Yeah, it just fails even when I get rid of the emojis. I get a seg fault when I try to run this code. How can I most easily build a local version of fun and Oh God, it needs developer tool access. I'm now getting permissions requests. Sure, that won't be bad. Spiking my CPU again. I've got to run out of my free tier limit. Oh God, am I using API billing right now? If I'm using API billing, I'm so fucked. Thank you to today's sponsor. Commands. Cool. I don't have enough permissions for dtrace. Still seg faulting. Okay. Null corrupted. Maybe it'll actually fix it. It's kind of crazy that these tools are good enough to debug actual seg faults in compilers. It will snitch on your auth info. Well, to be fair, what Theo's doing is very dangerous. If the model was asked to act in behalf of humanity, it should definitely snitch on him for this. I am very thankful that Claude Code has no email tool, although it could use the terminal and run some curls that it shouldn't. Still waiting on the bun build in order to test that. I think it might be better for me to let this run in the background, film an outro in case it never does finish, and then come back to it later if it does. So I can film other videos and not be just staring at these forever. Yeah, let's do that. What beautiful chaos this has been. I have no idea if this PR will merge or not. I don't even know if we can get it working or not, but I see the viewer, but I've seen the light. Well, mostly I've seen the darkness in the memes, but both of them are very compelling here. This is a genuinely fun way to play around with a new like set of AI development tools and just goof off. What a absurd project and how much fun this was to dive into. Hopefully the token cost won't end up being too bad overall, but yeah, fingers crossed. Let me know if you guys like this. Do you enjoy me diving into cursed, chaotic, AI-coded bullshit like this, or would you prefer me to focus more on traditional DevTool stuff? Let me know what you guys think. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Still seg faulting. Did I do an anti-React thing recently? I feel like I just did. Oh yeah, the React is killing the web. So if we do this one, we can't put it out for a bit. I can't do like 2 React hate videos back to back. We will save that for the future for sure. It loses the context whenever you run it in a loop, which is a good thing because if it has all the context, it'll die from all the context. That keep going. The arena test didn't even print anything, so the crash is happening before parse programs. Let me add a debug. Cool. Seems like Claude is really bad at Zig. God, I hate how pretentious Claude is. Prestidigitating? Fuck, that is not a real word. This will succeed once your build completes. But I'm missing dependencies. How do I get the missing depths? I'm gonna not get too distracted by this. Let's go back to figure out what we're filming next. Vibe coding tier list. This is a good point, Chusk. I should tell it that. Commit your changes and update the PR. Okay, what is this? That sounds dangerous. Fuck it. Whatever. CPP flags. Fine. Let's do the vibe coding tier list while that's all running. Heard of Nordcraft. I don't remember where though. Yeah, the Dario take on OSS models. Thing for me to look at later. Thank you. I want to cover this stuff first though. Cool. Let's get started. There are a ton of different vibe coding tools now, from Claude Code to OpenCode to Codex, from V0 to Lovable to Bolt. There's just a ton of different options depending on how much or how little you want to code. We could spend all day discussing them in depth and comparing and contrasting them, but they're not detailed tools, they're vibe code tools. If we cared about the details, we wouldn't be using them in the first place, right? Well, that's what I think. And that also seems to be what the syntax guys think. They put up a tier list where they ranked all the different vibe coding tools. And there are parts here I agree with. There's also parts here I don't. And as such, we actually grabbed the AI coding tool tier list maker so that we can do our own tier list. And as you guys know with me, this will be a very objective list. We'll be ranking on one particular vertical, which is the vibe. It is a vibe coding tier list after all, right? This should be fun. From Cursor to Windsurf to OpenCode, Codex V0, Lovable, Replit, Quen, Tray, Kiro, and more. There's a lot to go into here. Some of these companies have sponsored me in the past. Some of these companies I've invested in. Some of these companies are making things that I have a lot of issues with. And some of them have even refused my investments, which I'm sure we'll cover during this. I have a lot of thoughts about all of these tools, and as hopeful as I am that some of them end up paying out really well in the future, there is no world where any of them are paying me right now, or reading on that. As much as I hope for some of my investments to pay out in the future, I have bills to pay right now. So we're going to do a quick break for today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. Cool. Where do we begin? Let me check, make sure I don't have to approve things here. Apparently, we're $5 in for the bug fixes. Fun. Let that keep running. Okay, back to it. Let's just go through these in order because we got a lot of options here. I guess we're starting with Cursor then. Oh, Cursor. Where do we put you? I'm not actually putting it in B. I'm putting it here as we think it through. On one hand, Cursor is the IDE I choose to use the majority of the time. Cursor is also one of my best investments to date. I invested when I didn't even like using it. I roasted them super hard. Actually, I think I roasted before I agreed to invest. They were super responsive over email, and I had a great experience talking with them and decided to invest based on that. Slowly won me over, and now it's my editor of choice. Obviously, you have to account for my bias because it's a thing I invested in. But at the same time, this is a vibe coding tier list. Wait, no, sorry. It says AI coding tools tier list maker, but this was meant to be a vibe coding tier list. Okay, they said ranking AI coding agents. If we were ranking this as like an AI assistant, that's a practical thing to add into your experience. I would argue it's between A and S, depending on how frustrated you get with agent not working great in GPT-5 sometimes. But this is my vibe coding tier list. That's what I advertise this as. That's what this is going to be. And Cursor is not good when you're not steering it. Cursor is very much your AI coding assistant right now. I know they are working towards a future where it does more and more of that work, but they are not there right now. Cursor is great when you're driving. Cursor is much less good at steering. Cursor also shows you the code really big. The majority of your editor is used to show you code. But who actually looks at code? Come on, guys, it's 2025. So obviously, Cursor is not for vibe coders, which means it's an F tier. Speaking of F tier, next we have VS Code with Copilot. It's hard to put into words how important Copilot was for kicking off this whole AI code world. It started as an assistant, helping us make changes in our code base by giving us autocomplete as we wrote our code. And honestly, like that feeling was magical the first time it hit. I still remember like when I did Advent of Code with it for the first time, and it just filled out one of the weird functions I had to write to pull some data into a weird format. Blew me away. And then it kickstarted this whole utter chaos of revolution. It resulted in Microsoft taking and reusing the Copilot brand in all sorts of different ways, almost none of which are for vibe coding. And it still is built into the editor. Notice here, VS Code is the logo there. VS Code is for coders, which is not vibe coding. I'm afraid we are in the F tier again. Why the fuck is my hair parting weird on the side? Okay. And next, we have Windsurf. Oh, Windsurf. If you're not familiar, I don't know where you've been. Windsurf was an alternative to Copilot, or Windsurf was an alternative to Cursor that was originally focused on plugins for existing editors like VS Code and JetBrains. That ended up pivoting into being a full IDE similar to Cursor, a VS Code fork. They went through absolute chaos of acquisition hell and ended up landing somewhere pretty solid with the Devon team. It's been a little chaotic since. I believe most of them have been laid off, which is frustrating, but that's reality. Welcome to the AI world. Windsurf's big innovation at the time when it first dropped was that its agent mode was much more self-controlled. In Cursor, you very much would use things like Command K to say, go do this here. But in Windsurf, it could run its own commands. It could set up scripts. It could install your packages. It was still an editor, and it still had the code up front and center. But Windsurf was very clearly focused on helping less competent devs write code and build things. I've also seen a handful of people who use Windsurf, and I can very confidently tell you they're not engineers. As such, I think Windsurf probably fits here in the B tier, actually. So we will leave it there for now and see where we end up putting it in the future. It does show code. If it was just the prompt, it would probably go higher up because this is a vibe coding tier list. But yeah, for now, Windsurf definitely more vibey than Cursor. They really wanted to focus in on people who don't know how to run bash commands initially. I think it fits right there. Next, we have Kiro. I'm not sure if you guys remember Kiro. I did a video on it. It's the AI IDE for prototype to production. Love the cookie banner. Kiro helps you do your best work by bringing structure to AI coding with spec-driven development. I tried my best to make this work and just went insane when I saw the specs. The specs that it writes are these gigantic, hundreds of line markdown files that plan out every single step of every single thing in your code base before it'll write any code at all. On one hand, I hate this because it's like program and product management, chaotic, like big company bullshit. But on the other hand, this example has no code in it at all. It's using the code section of VS Code, which they forked, to show diagrams and text data. That feels pretty vibey to me. The issue is the corpo focus and the requirement that you already have a giant code base before you use it. Kiro was not built to be used to make new things from scratch, which is very vibey. Kiro was built to spec out huge changes in giant code bases and generate millions of tokens for a 5-line of code change. That is pretty vibey, but I don't think it's quite as vibey as Windsurf, which can init the project for you. As such, I'm going to put it between Cursor and Windsurf as our first solid C tier. Next, we have Tray. If you're not familiar with Tray, I covered them once before as well. It is built by the team over at ByteDance, if I recall, as their AI engineer. It's also a VS Code fork. It is also quite good. Very generous because they just want the text data. They might finally have a subscription. Okay, they do finally have a subscription with a $3 for the first month discount. They'll do literally anything to get you on it. Very interesting. 600 fast requests a month for $10. Sounds like a good deal, except for the fact that I'm sure they're using that data for things you probably don't want them to. From idea to launch, AI integrated into the entire development lifecycle. Ship autonomously, solo, your context engineer. 2 dev modes, seamless switching between IDE mode and solo mode. This solo mode thing sounds very vibey. If we look here, solo mode doesn't even show the editor. It just shows the things that it's working on. Solo brings context engineering to life. With editor, terminal, docs, browser, and tools unified in a single workspace, it reasons and acts using exactly the information each task needs. Please don't have sound. Your all-in-one context engineer. Context engineering doesn't sound like software engineering. In fact, it sounds quite a bit like vibe coding. Just say it. Okay. Bonus points for calling out that you can voice to code it. Generate a movie website featuring posters and descriptions of various genres of films with a cool and stylish visual style. I think we might have our first real vibe coder here. At the very least, I'm putting Tray in front of Windsurf. I haven't tried it in this vibe codey way. I think I have Tray installed, but it's going to be an ancient version. Like, look at how different this looks from the current one. Yeah, we're on 100. Beautiful. Giving it a quick update. Entirely different editor. Fascinating. Do a new window. Cool. We now have the tray demo folder. Trust. I have to log in to start. Better let me log in with GitHub. Okay, it does. Give me 1 sec. Cool. We are now here. We are in IDE mode, but that's not what we're here for. We're here for solo mode. Oh, I have to upgrade to pro for it? YOLO. I am not familiar with that payment processor. Okay, cool. We now have pro. I'm gonna hit the join the waitlist button, and then I'm gonna text my friend who works there. 1 second. Cool. Just hit up my friend who works on it. Although I will say the fact that I have to get in through a waitlist in order to vibe code with it, that's not a great vibe. I was going to bump it up to A tier, but if I can't even use solo mode yet, it's hard to bump it to A tier. So for now, we'll keep it on B tier. If I do get in before I'm done filming, might move it up to A tier. We will see. Speaking of things I've been using, Claude Code. Funny enough, I actually have 2 Claude Code instances running right now because I was working on doing something with the cursed lang and then ended up deciding to contribute to Bun as well. You know, very smart of me. It's struggling a lot to build this giant code base, but it's doing its best. It's been very expensive. I'm many dollars into the API calls. Gonna be a very, very expensive stream. Claude Code is an interesting tool to rank on a chart like this because on one hand, it like doesn't really show you the code. It doesn't like little blurbs, but it's trying to like hide that from you and really focus in on the experience of working through the code base and making the changes on your behalf. It was the biggest early example of a AI coding tool that is focused less on showing you what it's doing and being steered by you and more on just being sent off to go do the thing in the background to an extent. It really kicked off like developers vibe coding. Other tools like Lovable, Replit, V0, etc. Bolt as well. Other tools like Replit, Lovable, and Bolt were much more focused on helping non-devs do real development stuff, but Claude Code could be argued as the first vibe coding tool for devs. And it really doesn't encourage you to look at the code. That said, it does encourage you to look at the terminal. It basically requires that you look at the terminal. That makes it tough. I'm leaning A tier, so we need something good to like balance out this chart. So I'm going to put it in A tier for now. We might end up changing that in the future. And next, we have open code. Open code is open source. Open source requires that you can read code. That's the whole point of open source. Open code also refused to let me invest, so instant F tier. Gemini. Oh, Gemini CLI. Gemini CLI is a very interesting one because the Gemini CLI, how do I even put it? On one hand, it's yet another open source CLI, and also GPT 2.5 is kind of entranced by other options. It's the worst of the major code models right now. But it has a huge benefit that aligns well with what vibe coders are. Poor. It's free. Gemini 2.5, or using Gemini 2.5 through the Gemini CLI is not something you can even pay for right now. They kind of just give it to you, which is weird and unexpected and quite generous. Did I say GPT 2.5? I'm sorry, you guys know what I mean. But the Gemini CLI is cool because it's open source. It very much is meant to just run and work very similar to Claude Code. And it's free. But like, you got to be in the know to use the Gemini CLI. And as much as I know people mention it, I've never actually seen people like using it and showing what they built with it. So I'm leaning low B tier is my gut. But I could be convinced elsewhere, but I could be convinced otherwise. And now, actually, let me try my messages quick. Oh, I just got links to possibly get snuck into solo mode. Give me a second for that. Aha. I should now have solo mode. Haha! Okay, we'll come back to Quinn in a sec. I now have access to solo mode. Thank you to my friends at, thanks to my friends both at Trey and my friends working at Zephyr who collaborate with the Trey guys a lot. Let's give this a shot. That was a fancy animation. There's a Figma button, good sign. Claude 4 Sonnet is the model by default. Yeah, it uses Claude 4 Sonnet. Can't change it. And voice input. We got to go all the way, right? Let's voice input this. Build me a demo application that is... let me rethink. Stop. Let me try again. Cool. I want to build a demo image generation app. Use Next.js and Tailwind. Make it look beautiful, and if you can, make it dark mode first. It's feeling pretty vibey. It does have the editor view here, but oh no, it didn't even click anything. It just kicked us over to the doc view because it knows we're not here for the code. It won't even let me scroll here. That's annoying. It's making good tech decisions like Zustan, but it's also showing me code, and I'm not an engineer. I'm a vibe coder. I don't know what any of those things are. Gross. Keep that code away from me. Ick. Documentation covers everything you need to build a professional, beautiful image generation demo with dark mode as the default theme. Please review the requirements. Let me know if you'd like me to proceed with the implementation. Okay, now it's letting me scroll. Cool. I don't even have to say anything. I can just click the ready to build button. Using PNPM. Good signs. The force flag didn't work. I'll try using npm instead of PNPM to create the Next.js projects. It might handle the existing directory differently. I bet if they used GPT-5, it wouldn't hallucinate these types of things. It's waiting for me to press the Y key, I think. No, it needs to, but it doesn't know to. Fun. Tisk tisk. It's going to hang here forever. But I'm a vibe coder. I don't know how to stop it. I don't know I need to skip it. I don't know if this is fast or slow. Okay, I do. We're going to stop. Make the Next.js project in a subdirectory because you suck at bash. Just hit my teacup. Okay, can terminate commands. Ew, terminals. I don't like those. I'm here for vibe coding. Of the VS Code forks, this one is the most aggressive of a fork for sure. It really is like pulled out of VS Code and it looks entirely different, which is kind of cool actually. It is clearly VS Code at its roots. Like you can tell in some places, but it does feel fundamentally different. Like I see what they're going for and I don't hate it. I just have to go in here and tell it to proceed. Installing Framer Motion, Zestand, and Hero icons. That's all fine. And the purple-blue color scheme. Oh boy, everyone's favorite, the Claude colors. Oh, it still thinks there's a Tailwind config, but nope, it's Tailwind v4. Okay. We'll let that run in the background. I'm going to give you guys my thoughts on the other things in the list, in particular Quen, as we wait for that. And then we'll decide if we're moving Trey somewhere else in the tier list. Quen. I have been known for being a bit of a Quen hater. Not because I don't respect the work that the lab does, but because I've never actually seen a useful output out of a Quen model in my fucking life. I don't know what's up there. All I have is the logs of how people use it on T3 chat, and it consistently uses the most tokens and has the lowest satisfaction of any of the models that we support, regardless of which version of Quen we're using, especially the reasoning models. They just burn tokens. That said, the Quen CLI, you might notice, that logo looks a lot like the Gemini CLI one. There's a reason. The Quen CLI is a fork of the Gemini CLI. Because the Gemini CLI is fully open source and very permissively licensed, the Quen team decided it would be a good starting point. And in the spirit of vibe coding, I think ripping off someone else's project very much fits the vibe. So I'm going to put it right in front of Gemini in order to represent the fact that it is like Gemini, but they put less work in. I'm going to do a split view with chat because I think it'll be funny. You guys can hang out as I do my reviewing. And now we have Codex. Oh, Codex. I have used Codex quite a bit, especially in videos. It's the OpenAI open source CLI. It's very similar to Claude Code. From what I understand, they were actually working on it before Claude Code was out, and now it looks like a copy when it very much isn't. Codex itself is okay, but I find that its strength isn't Codex. Its strength is actually the superpowers of GPT-5, and it was not very useful pre-GPT-5. That said, it's a pretty solid experience with GPT-5, and when I do head-to-heads comparing it with Claude Code, I find that it actually gets working code out more often, even if it's a bit slow, which would have me skewing towards putting it high up, but there's a catch. Originally, Codex was written in TypeScript, which is a very vibey language. But since then, Codex has actually changed quite a bit. I don't know what I just did. But since then, Codex has changed quite a bit. It went native. And if we look at the Codex project now, they got rid of all the TypeScript. It's just a Rust code base now. When I first covered Codex, I even made the comment, having no idea they were exploring Rust, of, oh, cool, they used React, TypeScript, and Ink. They're going to want to rewrite this in Rust in the future. Talk to me first, because I don't think you need to do that. Not realizing they'd already started. And within a month, they had moved over. As this is a vibe coding tier list, Rust does not have the right vibes. Rust is very much a language by developers for developers, not a language for vibe coders. And by the nature of Codex being an open source project, we have way too much info. We can't, in good faith, keep it in that high of a tier when it's in Rust. So to F, it goes. How is Trey doing? Okay, now it's doing 10 tasks. Oh boy. Create illegible text with AI. Beautiful. Phenomenal start. This is screaming vibe code. This is so vibey right now. I think I'm bumping up Trey to A tier for now. We'll see how much vibier it gets as it goes. But the fact that it has text that can't even be read here, what does it even say? Stunning images. Fun. Perfect. Now we have V0. If you're somehow not familiar, V0 was originally Vercel's component builder. It was built by a handful of AI nerds at Vercel alongside Shadcn, the creator of Shadcn UI, which you would know about if you're a dev, but you're not. You're a vibe coder, so none of these words should mean anything to you. You probably don't even know what Vercel is. Totally fine. Originally, they made V0 as a way to create custom components, which you also probably don't know about. A component's a piece of UI that can be reused. So like a button that you want to put in multiple places. And V0 was a way to make a custom button or a custom drop-down, a custom table. And I really liked it for that as a developer. But as a vibe coder, I didn't want to set up a project. Oh, God, gross. And it would give you a bash command that you could go run in your code base to add the components. But that means you need to know what a terminal is to do that. Not useful to you. The new version of V0 that they hazed me into trying to use is much more a vibe coding app where you give it a prompt, and as they say here, no coding needed. No coding needed is a bold promise. So let's go back here, copy and paste the same prompt. I'm going to remove the use next and tailwind because I'm not a coder. I don't know what next or tailwind is. Build a demo image generation app. Make it look beautiful, and if you can, make it dark mode. I'm going to even get rid of first. Just make it dark mode. They changed the word fork to duplicate. That is vibey. Developers know what forking is. Vibe coders don't. Right call for sure. In design mode now lives in your chat input. Visually edit components by clicking the cursor button in the input or use the shortcut. That's vibey. I was originally thinking this might rank kind of low, but so far, we're solid A tier. Fork like the utensil? How's Trey doing in the background here? It's on task 4. It's funny. All of the other vibe coding tools I used, at least the terminal ones like Claude Code, Open Code, and Codex, and even Cursor, were able to whip through this in like under 2 minutes. We're like 15 in on Trey. I don't think vibe coding means fast necessarily, but I would expect it to be less slow. You know what? While this is going, let's spin up the same request and some of the other options. We got to do Bolt, Replit, and Lovable now. So let's go ask all of them to do the same thing. Oh, Bolt, I need to use a Chrome-based browser for. That's points lost for sure. Sign back in. Cool. Do that. Did I close that accidentally? Oops. Unfortunate. Cool. Here is the V0 version. Asking to generate 2 corgis running down the streets of San Francisco. I think it might actually use an image gen API in the background. Okay, no, it doesn't. It just gives us mock images. It's not the worst thing. I don't like the structure of the page, but it is solid. The homepage feels too markety. Really focus on the image generation and results. I shouldn't have to scroll so much. Cool. And here is the AI Image Studio as created on Bolt. This one is screaming Claude. It's the purple and blue. But the gallery at the bottom again, seems like all of them like to do that. Oh, here if you full screen it, you get a little more real estate. Corgis running down the street. Instead, it generates with mock images from pixels. Let's see that. Yeah, it does. Cool. Bolt did a very good job. It was also quite fast. Replit has the .com, right? Yeah. I've never actually tried Replit. We will see how it does for this. Ugly as balls. And what else was left? Oh, lovable. I will account for biases here. I'm an investor in both Bolt and Lovable. I've been fans of the Bolt guys forever because they used to be known as Stack Blitz, which is a very cool crew of developers. Not that you would know, you're a vibe coder. Does Replit have sound? Oh no, is it making sounds? Get notified when your app is ready. Build the entire app, 20 plus minutes. Best if you want the agent to build out the full functionality of your app, or start with a design. You want to see a design prototype first, then iterate on visuals and features. We'll do that. That's a good question to ask a vibe coder. Do you just want to see it, or do you want to build the whole thing? I haven't checked to see how V0 did after I gave it the instructions to make it more minimal. All right, it still puts the images below, which I hate. But it looks really cool. It doesn't have the cringy purple blue. And it's not asking me to do anything. This looks great. Now make it actually work. This is where we'll see how it behaves. Ask the same on Bolt. Looks like Lovable just finished up. God, everything loves the like flick. Oh God, the generate button flashing. This is awful. Lovable. Way too much flashing and wasted space. Make it more minimal and way less ugly. On one hand, Lovable is very vibey. Like, it's not showing you any code anywhere. You got to work pretty hard to find it with the code viewer. And even then, I don't think you can edit the code. You can only view the code. That's a good sign because you're a vibe coder. You're not writing code. That said, there is a bad sign. You can see it right there. What's that cat thing? Sync your project to GitHub. What's that? Gross. Who knows what a GitHub is? Thankfully, you can sign in with Google as well, I believe now. I still just sign in with GitHub because I used to be a developer. I'm an ex-developer. But it is pretty vibey. Oh no, Bolt. Gotta get a free Hugging Face token. AI models used. Then error. This message didn't complete its response. Oh no. It's also telling me about commands that I can run. It's a little much for a vibe coder. It's also asking a lot of you because you need to know the fact that it can only run in Chrome, so you can't use it on mobile because it requires the Chrome environment for web containers. It benefits if you know what a web container is, which most don't. The big pitch for Bolt originally is that it worked with every framework, not just as yet another Next.js web app builder, which was a really cool feature for them because you could have it vibe code Svelte or you could have it vibe code Svelte or Vue or Astra or all these other things. But most of you guys don't know what those are. You have to be a developer to know what those things are. Which means I think I have to put Bolt C tier. It's cool that it's so thoughtful that it like works great for non-devs, but it also has errors that being a dev would help you resolve, and it requires you to, and it's really built by and for devs. Like it's Bolt and the team over at StackBlitz are so locked in on all things full stack web that I think it kind of bumps them down there. Oh yeah, it wants to install FAL? Sure. Getting an ad for Vercel Agent, which is code reviews that catch bugs before they reach production. What's code review and production? I don't know, but I think that bumps us down to B tier. Adding that through the integration in the marketplace. So far, it's a good sign that I can just click buttons to set up this integration and not have to do anything myself. Cool. Now I have to click the continue building button. It doesn't just do it itself. Fine. We'll help it along. How did FAL do? Oh, okay. FAL's asking for an OpenAI API key. What is an API key? There's so much going on the screen, too. I don't even know what to do. I'm paralyzed. Open a new tab to test authentication and file uploads. Oh, it has auth built in. That is rare. Most of these vibe coding tools suck hard at auth. AI generated image is ready. Okay, just took a random stock image, it looks like. Not bad. They all love the weird, like, flickering icon thing. Like, what even is that? That's ugly. This is hideous. Please make it less ugly. Okay. Here was when I asked Lovable to simplify it. It still left the title and the like description, but it just did this. Are you kidding? It sells this useless toast. I respect it. I almost want to put it higher because it is so jank, but I don't think anything higher than B tier makes sense for that. So Lovable, I'm putting in B for now. I don't want to keep fighting it. We're still running Replit in the background. I'm still playing with Bolt. Actually, I think we've decided on Bolt. I'll close that as well. Bolt C, Lovable B, again, based on the vibe. Oh, look at that. This is hideous. Please make it less ugly. You're absolutely right. Let me redesign this. I thought that our friends at Replit were making a really crazy custom set of models in their own engine. So much for that. That's the most just pure fucking clod I've seen in a minute. Oh, speaking of which, I haven't checked our friends over at Trey for a second. Apparently failing to compile. Image style doesn't exist in target module. It's trying. Cool. Bow integration is done. 2 corgis running down the streets of SF. Generate. Okay, that's a big win for V0. The fact that without touching or writing any code, I was able to integrate FAL without even signing in, set up credits, and have this work. I'm afraid that as much as I wanted to bump them down, that does kind of put them S tier. I think it's the integrations. The integration side in particular is very powerful for those of us who don't know anything about code. Still failing build because of those bad imports. I wish it would figure that out. Yeah, Replic's taking way too long. Trey is taking way too long. Lovable was so fucking ugly. I didn't even want to keep going. I think I know where I want to put things. I think I'm going to bump Trey down just because it's not actually building. Replit, I want to put S tier because I can't imagine any real dev even touching this. But there's just too much going on, too many buttons, too much shit that doesn't matter. All this advertising for Agent 3 that I don't actually believe is doing jack shit. I don't know what an agent is. I'm just here to vibe code. So I'm afraid Replit. I'll put it B tier because it's in the right spirit. And then, is that just the OpenAI logo? We already have Codex in here. That's not going on the list. That's not for vibe coders. Okay. There are others that aren't here. I saw somebody ask about Firebase Studio, GitHub Spark, and Chef. Firebase Studio doesn't work. GitHub Spark somehow works even worse. So those wouldn't even be on the list ideally because those aren't actual fucking functioning tools. And then Chef, which is very interesting. Chef is by our friends over at Convex. And Convex makes it way easier to build, and Convex makes it way easier to build full stack applications with everything from auth to databases and more. I really like Convex. I wanted it to be easier to demo. So I actually bullied them into making Chef. I, as a developer, bullied Convex, the platform for developers, into making Chef the demonstration of vibe coding on top of Convex for developers. Notice that in the bar right here, notice that the description here, the H2 text is the open source app generator powered by Convex. Most of the words here mean nothing to you if you're a vibe coder. As such, Chef inherently has to go very low tier, probably C or F. Even though it's the only one of these that can do a full stack application with auth working, with integrations working, and with some ugly but functional UI, it's one of the best options, even if I would personally put it F tier because it's a little too focused on us as devs. And Trey is still going. I got nothing else. I feel like I did my best here. This is how I feel about all of the vibe coding tools based purely on the vibes. If you look at this list and treat it as anything other than the meme it is, that is a skill issue on your part, not mine. I'm very excited for you to start scaring the screen. I'm very excited for people to start sharing the screenshots and commenting on my capabilities as a developer when this list isn't about developers, it's about vibe coding. I've said all I have to here. Curious how you guys feel. And until next time, keep vibing. And Trey is still going. Okay, I'm going to film the extra for first laying. Quick. Cool. Okay, sorry face. Put this wherever they fit. So I kept running all of these background agents. Well, they're not really background agents. It's Claude code. You get the idea, though. Kept running. Supposedly, it managed to fix, commit, and push up my changes for the cursed laying emojis. It even gave me a build that works. But at the end, it said that I've spent $5 on the Anthropic API this session. Remember, it cost $1 to make the change. It cost $5 to verify it and put up a PR. Cool. That took 17 minutes of API duration. I'm also still trying to get it working with Bun because I wanted to see emojis work in Bun. I just looked at the diff for the actual code changes, and there's basically nothing. It's just the identifier start and end change, which means that it's going to spit out JS that I don't think it can run. So I don't think that this will work at all. It claims it will, but it can't even build it. And I told it to fix its build, and it failed. All of those attempts cost another $3 and 14 minutes almost of API time. So as cool as it was to get as far as we did definitely hit walls. And having to manually approve each step along the way was annoying. So next time I'm running this in blanket approval mode for sure. Regardless, fun experiment. My PR is up. I am hopeful. This might get merged. We shall see. Cards are in your hand, Jeff. This PR cost me like $8, so you better do something with it. Ugh. Cool. Cool. This I missed the window for, so dead. Also, hi, YouTube chat. Sorry, I've been using Chrome for other things. I'm assuming people have posted the tier list. I hope nobody did because I want to save it until I want to save it till the video's ready because it will go viral. Oh shit. The Trey account tweeted. Oh boy. Hi Trey. Thanks for stopping by. Hopefully this will finish eventually. Model thinking limit reach. Please enter continue to get more. My boy, my beloved, my Calyx. Make sure that link still works. It does. Definitely need to do more stuff with Casey. I need to catch up on his videos first. Okay, did it actually? Internal server error. Great. Great job, Trey. I know what it did wrong. It ran build after running dev, so it nuked the .next directory. It needs to kill the dev server, kill all the .next stuff, and then run dev again. I doubt it'll figure that out, but it'd be cool if it does. We'll let it try. Actually, I should probably keep that tier list up so I have it. Save the screenshot for later. When the time is right. Please don't spoil that on Twitter if you guys haven't yet. I want to save that for the moment where it is relevant. Fun. Now I can close all these things safely. Let me thank all the subs I missed while we were doing all that. Think I got you, PQO. Regardless, appreciate the 1 year. Slasher with the Prime for 2 months. Gabriel hitting the 38 months of tier 3. Fucking Christ, you've been around way too long. Oh shit, I missed you, AJ. Good to see you, man. Hope all's well. Production ready, in quotes. Great. M25 or M27 of Legend with the tier 1 2 months in. Good to see you. Theo with the 3 months. Thank you. Real Flow hitting 5 months. Dr. Dory at 7. And the Jeth with the 3 months. It's still thinking. I know what the problem is, but I want to see if it can figure that out because I'm a vibe coder, not a real developer. Actually, I'm going to be a nice guy. Quick review. Stunning. Genuinely one of the coolest vibe code UIs I've seen. Great UX. Questionable code output. Horrible debugging capabilities. Tons of potential. Keep iterating. Is this their new article? Yeah. Convex. Really need to get at least one more vid out. Let me check my calendar quick too, because I know there's a ton of shit going on today. I get so many texts every fucking Wednesday and no other day. Yeah, there's a Convex meetup. It'd be cool to go, but I need to film shit. New phone's been good. Not exceptional. The camera's really good. What else do we have to cover? Because augment code isn't for vibe coding, it's for real coders. That's why. Oh, look at that. I figured it out finally. It does not heat up. It's actually very good about that. The Chrome DevTools MCP is interesting. Think we should just do the Anthropic told us what went wrong. Yeah. Time. I don't love how the shirt looks on camera. Whatever. My hair is just not agreeing with me today. It's making me look bald when I actually have very thick hair. It's just clumping up weird. We'll go with it. I recently reported on some problems with Anthropic. It seemed like the Claude models got way dumber, and for a while they just told us, no, you're missing there. Retake. Last week, I did some deep coverage on some Anthropic issues. In particular, it seemed like Claude was behaving much dumber. Thankfully, for once, Anthropic actually came out and admitted that that did happen, but they admitted this multiple days later after confirming that this outage had occurred for weeks. 3 times. There were 3 separate major issues that compiled on top of each other that made most Anthropic models a lot dumber a lot of the time. And they finally decided that hiding all of the details behind the scenes might not be the best call. I complained about this a ton in my video last week, and I'm very thankful to say Anthropic has responded. They actually took the time to put up an article discussing the 3 recent issues that occurred, causing Claude models to be way dumber. This is a level of transparency I've never seen from Anthropic. Usually their transparency is limited to their research and their benchmarks for different misalignment tests. I've never seen them go this in depth on their own infra, on what problems they have behind the scenes, and actually talking about the work that the engineers are doing and what failed, and more importantly, why. There's also some fun info that leaked as a result of this, including the actual infrastructure that they run the Claude models on, which was not public information before. Pretty cool that we finally have that. As well as some surprising they also have some very surprising details on the things they were trying to do that resulted in the issues that we all experienced using Claude. To be clear, to be very, very clear, it does seem like the Claude models are now back to behaving as expected. That doesn't mean you're getting a refund, which is annoying, and it doesn't mean they won't have issues again in the future, which is scary. But at the very least, we know it's resolved for now, and we now have this really detailed technical report that I'm very excited to go in depth with y'all about. Oh no, something just dinged. I'm sorry. Was it Trey? Re-recording that because I don't know when the ding happened. Yeah. I'm thankful to have actual information on what went wrong here, especially considering the severity of this bug and how long it was going for. That said, I'm not getting a refund for all of the time that I spent. Oh, not till after cool. All of that said, I'm not getting a refund either, and someone's got to cover my Claude code bills. So quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive in. A postmortem of 3 recent issues. This is a technical report on 3 bugs that intermittently degraded responses from Claude. Below, we explain what happened, why it took time to fix, and what we're changing. Between August and early September, 3 infrastructure bugs intermittently degraded Claude's response quality. We've now resolved these issues and want to explain what happened. I'm sure there's no particular reason why you want to do that now. Definitely not. In early August, a number of users began reporting degraded responses from Claude. These initial reports were difficult to distinguish from normal variation in user feedback. By late August, the increasing frequency and persistence of these reports prompted us to open an investigation that led us to uncover 3 separate infra bugs. Let's be clear about this. The bug started in early August. They were getting reports. They assumed that they were all just bad feedback. And they didn't have any evals or tooling or checks that could confirm the performance had degraded. I gotta check a thing. I just got a message. I know LLMs are non-deterministic. I'm very aware of the fact that you can't really guarantee a result with any of these things. But I would hope you're running enough tests in the background about just random checks, maybe run 10 a day, just seeing what the outputs look like and seeing if the regularity of correct responses goes down. Did they really not have anyone running benches internally that they noticed a degradation from? Because this is scary, that it went on for almost a month, that early August they mostly ignored it, and then by late August, the increasing frequency prompted them to look into it more in depth. To state it plainly, we never reduce model quality due to demand, time of day, or server load. They do inadvertently reduce model quality in order to give their researchers more GPUs, which we'll talk about throughout this. But the problems that users reported in this case were due to infrastructure bugs alone. The reason they were making the infra changes that caused these bugs is definitely worth going into, but I will say up front, some of my previous assumptions in my last video were wrong. I had pretty confidently asserted that it seemed like their attempts to fix it caused more bugs. That does not appear to be the case, and we'll go in depth on that momentarily. I need more AC. I am fucking melting right now. And I'm just going to open the door and turn on the fan. It's way too hot in here. Sorry about that. I'm dying in here. Cool. We recognize users expect consistent quality from Claude, and we maintain an extremely high bar for ensuring that infrastructure changes don't affect model outputs. In these recent incidents, we didn't meet that bar. Following postmortem explains what went wrong, why detection and resolution took longer than we would have wanted, and what we're changing to prevent similar future incidents. We don't typically share this level of technical detail about our infra. Yeah, no shit. Anthropic doesn't share a lot. But the scope and complexity of these issues justified a more comprehensive explanation. I agree. Thank you for doing this. I hope it sets a trend. There's no reason to hide these details. It doesn't cost you anything to share this information. I don't know why you waited so long to do it. It almost feels like you were waiting until the investment round closed. Like, seriously, it doesn't make sense to hide this information. How we serve Claude at scale. We serve Claude to millions of users via our first-party API, Amazon Bedrock, and Google Cloud's Vertex AI. We deploy Claude across multiple hardware platforms, namely AWS Trainium, NVIDIA GPUs, and Google's TPUs. This approach provides the capacity and geographic distribution necessary to serve users worldwide. Each hardware platform has different characteristics and requires specific optimizations. Despite these variations, we have strict equivalence standards for model implementations. Our aim is that users should get the same quality responses regardless of which platform serves their request. This is particularly funny because I find that all of the other platforms are slightly more reliable than Anthropic's, especially after all of this. If you're not already familiar with OpenRouter and you're watching this video, you should be familiar with OpenRouter. They show all of the different providers that you can use Claude Sonnet 4 with, for example. And here we can see that Bedrock's actually quite a bit faster, has really good uptime now. It wasn't for a bit, but they've seemed to have fixed it on Bedrock's side. Google Vertex has pretty solid throughput, also really good uptime. And then Anthropic has the slowest speeds of any of the providers, and right now their uptime is decent, but that is not always a guarantee. Even just 2 days ago, it was at 99.6%, which is kind of scary. Yeah. Uptime is far from a guarantee. What's cool with OpenRouter is it'll automatically bounce your traffic between the different providers depending on what ones are most or least reliable at a given time. They all cost the same, so who cares? That said, when Anthropic's having issues, you can hop to the other providers, which likely aren't. But due to their back to their coverage, because there's fun info here. In particular, last sentence. This complexity means that any infra changes require careful validation across all platforms and configurations. Supposedly, that means that these changes actually did negatively affect the other platforms. I don't know for sure, but it seems not unlikely. Here is the timeline as they describe it. Yellow is degraded, red is fucked, and green is fixed for the 3 different issues that they had. Starting August 5th, they had a context window routing error, which affected around 1% of Sonnet 4 requests. That's brutal. That there's a 1 in 100 chance that your request gets routed to the wrong place and it performs worse. The reason for this was the recent introduction of the 1 million token context windows in Claude models. If you haven't paid much attention to the performance of models when you increase token amounts and when you increase context size, the performance tends to go down very quick. It's called the needle in the haystack problem, but it goes much further than that. When you give a model more context, the quality of its outputs goes down. My assumption here is that the 1 million token version of Claude 4 Sonnet probably had less than ideal performance in general. Like the changes they made to allow it to handle 1 million tokens made it dumber in general. And the bug, as they detail here, is that it would send traffic to that version when it shouldn't have, even if it was well under 1 million tokens. Then on August 25th, the output corruption error started. On August 26th, they had a top K code hack they did that broke a bunch of stuff. August 29th, they made load balancer changes that caused 16% of Sonnet 4 requests to get routed incorrectly. And from August 29th to September 4th, those problems were persistent. They did manage to fix the corrupted output issues a little earlier on September 2nd. But then this other bug took until September 12th. So it took them a while to fix these things. Let's talk about those different bugs. The overlapping nature of these bugs made diagnosis particularly challenging. The first bug was introduced on August 5th, affecting approximately 1% of requests made to Sonnet 4. 2 more bugs arose from deployments on August 25th and 26th. Although initial impacts were limited, a load balancing change on August 29th started to increase affected traffic. This caused many more users to experience issues, while others continued to see normal performance, creating confusion and contradictory reports. 3 overlapping issues. First one is the context window routing error. On August 5th, some Sonnet requests were misrouted to servers configured for the upcoming 1 million token context window. This bug initially only affected 1% of requests, but on August 29th, a routine load balancing change unintentionally increased the number of short context requests being routed to the 1 million context servers. At the worst impacted hour on August 31st, 16% of Sonnet 4 requests were affected. Approximately 30% of Claude Code users who made requests during this period had at least one message routed to the wrong server type, resulting in degraded responses. On Amazon Bedrock, misrouted traffic peaked at 0.2% of all Sonnet 4 requests, and incorrected routing affected less than 0.0004% of requests on Google Cloud's Vertex AI between August 27th and September 16th. Again, it did affect the other providers, but significantly less than Anthropic. My conspiracy theory here, no conspiracy theories just yet, we'll go into my conspiracies soon. It is of note that some users were affected more severely. I'm almost certain I was, considering how bad of an experience I was having at the time. As our routing is sticky, that meant that once a request was served by the incorrect server, subsequent follow-ups were likely to be served by the same incorrect server. This is so that if you're caching context, you don't have to wait as long for it to load. So when I send a message, get a response, and then send another, it's more likely that you're hitting the same server, so it's more likely that it already has the context cached for the things you just said before, and it can continue accordingly. That's a good thing. It's not good if the server you hit is bad and now you're stuck to the bad server. Resolution. We fixed the routing logic to ensure short and long context requests were directed to the correct server pools. We deployed the fix on September 4th. Rollout to our first-party platform as well as Google Cloud's Vertex AI was completed by the 16th and to AWS Bedrock by the 18th. Issue number 2. Output corruption. On August 25th, we deployed a misconfiguration to the Claude API TPU servers that caused an error during token generation. An issue caused by a runtime performance optimization occasionally assigned a high probability to tokens that should rarely be produced given the context. For example, producing Thai or Chinese characters in response to English prompts, or producing obvious syntax errors in code. If you don't already understand how LLMs generate stuff, I'll give a really brief and not great overview. If you're not already familiar with tokens, they're a way of breaking up a phrase. So if I write a prompt like generate here, So I take a prompt like, I don't know, generate solutions for advent of code in 4 different programming languages. You'll see that this is split into 13 tokens. A token is the way that your text is broken up, both your text that you give to the model and the model's generated output, in order for it to map all of these things in this giant chaotic web of parameters. Yeah. Notice that I just added a word because it spelled advent of code wrong. It did adventive code, not advent of code. And even though I changed this to be advent of code, it's still the same number of tokens. They're almost like kind of like syllables, but it's not that clear a split. Now, you look at the space at the end, we're now down to 12. Cool. And when it outputs things, the same thing happens. If we take some code that was generated, throw this at a model that's reliable, Grok 4 fast, not very fast anymore. Cool. Here's some Python code. Let's throw this in the tokenizer. And you'll notice it's split up a hell of a lot more because source code has a lot of tokens because it needs to be able to break it up in a way where it can generate the next piece. So so the way the model works is it has all of these as parameters, often billions, if not trillions of parameters. So if we have words like the, cat, elephant, orange, sits, peak, on, purple, sure. You pass it an input, and then it picks what it thinks the most likely token is to respond with. This is a parameter that it has inside of its crazy web of data. And then it has mappings to all sorts of other tokens throughout that are weighted. So each of these potential paths has like a number, 0.5, 0.8, 0.2. And all of the other tokens in the current generation change the weight of which points where. You effectively are traversing through this based on what it thinks is most likely based on the previous terms. So the cat sits on elephant, for example. Now the most likely was, from the most likely next thing was cat, 0.8. We have cat routing to all sorts of different things, but it thinks the most likely to go to sits on elephant. And that's really, really roughly how the generation happens. And all of these weights are determined with math that determines, based on the previous inputs, what direction the text generation is most likely to go in. So the problem here was that the probability calculation, where it would determine what the next token should be, had some bad math in it. And that corruption resulted in some models, and that corruption resulted in certain unlikely tokens to be snuck into your responses. So in the middle of your English response to an English question, you might just get these random characters in the middle of the response. This corruption affected requests made to Opus 4.1 and 4 on August 25th through 28th, and requests to Sonnet 4 from August 25th to September 2nd. Third-party platforms were not affected by this issue. That is a very important detail here, because now we're going to start getting into some conspiracies. All of the changes Anthropic was making, other than the million token one, everything else they did was with a very specific goal in mind. Reduce compute per request. The easiest way to reduce the amount of compute a request takes is to make the actual model dumber and work cheaper. Ideally, you don't do that, and ideally Anthropic doesn't either. And I want to be very clear, they did not intend to make the model dumber. They did intend to reduce the compute that was necessary per request. And here's where the conspiracy comes in. I've talked about this a bit in other videos about Anthropic. They need more GPUs for the research side of things. The research team, the model training team, the data teams, all the other teams at Anthropic are competing with us as developers building on the API for GPUs right now. Anthropic was hoping to reduce the amount of GPUs necessary to handle the load from the API. If they can find a win that's like a 1% win in the compute necessary for a request, that's a lot of GPU they just freed up for their own research. And that is very clearly one of their specific pointed goals. How can we free up GPUs for the work that we are doing at whatever cost? And when you see how many changes they're making, which is why this timeline got so chaotic, you can see just how hard they are trying to do this. At every corner they can, they're finding ways to cut the amount of compute necessary in hopes of freeing up more allocation that they can then use for their research. That's also why a lot of these changes were kind of rushed out. I think that'll get extra clear with issue 3 here. The approximate top K XLA TPU miscompilation. On August 25th, we deployed code to improve how Claude selects tokens during text generation. This change inadvertently triggered a latent bug in the XLA TPU compiler, which has been confirmed to affect requests to Claude Haiku 3.5. We also believe this could have impacted a subset of Sonnet 4 and Opus 3 on the Claude API. Third-party platforms were not affected by this issue. They actually broke down this bug more in detail. To illustrate the complexity of these issues, here's how the XLA compiler bug manifested and why it proved particularly challenging to diagnose. When Claude generates text, it calculates probabilities for each possible next word, then randomly chooses a sampling from the probability distribution. We use top P sampling to avoid nonsensical outputs, only considering words whose cumulative probabilities reach a threshold, like 0.99 or 0.999. On TPUs, our models run across multiple chips, with probability calculations happening in different locations. To sort these probabilities, we need to coordinate data between chips, which is complex. The problem of having multiple different GPUs solving the same request at the same time is absurd. There's so much history there, especially with the chaos of the import bans for China. Maybe a video another time. Absolute chaos there, though. And that's the layer where these bugs were starting to happen. In December of 2024, we discovered that our TPU implementation would occasionally drop the most probable token when temperature was 0. We deployed a workaround to fix this case. You know the classic divided by 0? This is a hack for top P0, aka temperature is 0. Due to odd jacks issues, it's possible that probs greater than probs max -1. It's all false. So we manually always preserve the top logit in each row. This is the math that they did to handle when you have temperature all the way down. Do they link to a description of temperature? I would like to use theirs instead of my crappy one. Oh, their site barely loads. Cool. This is basically what I would have said. Cool. Temperature is a parameter that controls the randomness of a model's predictions during text generation. Higher temperature leads to more creative and diverse outputs, allowing for multiple variations in phrasing, and, in the case of fiction, variations in answers as well. Lower temperatures result in more conservative and deterministic outputs that stick to the most probable phrasing and answers. Adjusting the temperature enables users to encourage a language model to explore rare, uncommon, or surprising word choices and sequences, rather than only selecting the most likely predictions. Again, with my little diagram here, if we're following the tokens down the different paths that are the most likely, you end up with something kind of deterministic because it's going down the highest number for each thing. But if you have two options that are 0.9998 and another that's and you have another that's 0.99987, the gap here barely matters. Actually, the second one's slightly bigger. So let's 99989 versus 99987. If you have the temperature turned all the way down to 0, or you don't have a concept of temperature, you just always pick the best one. But temperature is effectively letting you randomize and say, no, it's okay to pick something really close, which lets you get more variation in your outputs. Most model providers have the top P, or the temperature, set as a 1.0 or 0.8 usually, just the number that determines how much wiggle room to give when it's doing this math. And the mistake they made is that their math here appears to be broken. The root cause involve mixed precision arithmetic. Our models compute next token probabilities in BF16, which is a 16-bit floating point number. However, the vector processor is an FP32 native, which is a 32-bit float. The CPU compiler, which is XLA, can optimize runtime by converting some operations to FP32. This optimization pass is guarded by the XLA allow excess precision flag, which defaults to true. This caused a mismatch. Operations that should have agreed on the highest probability token were running at different precision levels. The precision mismatch meant that they didn't agree on which token had the highest probability. This caused the highest probability token to sometimes disappear from consideration entirely. Fun. On August 26th, we deployed a rewrite of our sampling code to fix the precision issues and improve how we handle probabilities and at the limit that reach the top P threshold. But in fixing these problems, we exposed a trickier one. Here's their new test file. Code snippet showing a minimized reproducer merged as part of the August 11th change that root caused the bug being worked around in December 2024. In reality, it's expected behavior of the XLA allow excess precision flag. Our fix removed the December workaround because we believe we'd solved the root cause. This led to a deeper bug in the approximate top K operation, performance optimization that quickly finds the highest probability tokens. The approximation sometimes returned completely wrong results, but only for certain batch sizes and model configs. The December workaround had been inadvertently masking the problem. This is very clearly a Slack screenshot that they just snuck in here. They haven't named accordingly. Nope. It is a next image, though. They running this? Oops, wrong button. Are they running this on Vercel? Nope, it's Google Cloud, but they are using Next. Sorry, I get nerdy about those details. It is funny to just see a random Slack screenshot in an article like this, though. The bug's behavior was frustratingly inconsistent. It changed depending on unrelated factors, such as what operations ran before or after, and whether debugging tools were enabled. Those are the best bugs. When you turn on debugging and it behaves different. Fun. The same prompt might work perfectly on one request and fail on the next. While investigating, we also discovered that the exact top K operation no longer had prohibitive performance penalties that it once did. We switched from approximate to exact top K and standardized some additional operations on FP32 precision. Model quality is non-negotiable, so we accepted the minor efficiency impact. Happy that they're finally putting this in words. I will hold them to that comment. So why was detection so difficult? Our validation process ordinarily relies on benchmarks alongside safety evals and performance metrics. Engineering teams perform spot checks and deploy to small canary groups first. These issues exposed critical gaps that we should have identified earlier. Evaluations we ran simply didn't capture the degradation that users were reporting, in part because Claude often recovers well from isolated mistakes. Our own privacy practices also created challenges in investigating reports. Our internal privacy and security controls limit how and when engineers can access user interactions with Claude, in particular when those interactions are not reported to us as feedback. This protects user privacy, but it prevents engineers from examining the problematic interactions needed to identify or reproduce bugs. Privacy and reliability are often at odds, and this is a good example of that. That said, they should have been able to catch it internally. Each bug produced different symptoms on different platforms at different rates. This created a confusing mix of reports that didn't point to any single cause. It looked like random, inconsistent degradation. That is also how it felt as a user. I had so many weird problems with Claude during this window. More fundamentally, we relied too heavily on noisy evaluations. Although we were aware of an increase in reports online, we lacked a clear way to connect these to each of our recent changes. When negative reports spiked on August 29th, we didn't immediately make the connection to an otherwise standard load balancing change. That one's a little harder to forgive. So let's see what they're doing about this. As we continue to improve our infra, we're also improving the way that we evaluate and prevent bugs like those discussed above across all platforms where we serve Claude. Here's what we're changing. Oh, hi, Miles. First thing we're changing is a quick cat break. Come on, bud. So much to say. Cat break. Say hi, Miles. Good boy. He's purring a lot, but my noise canceling and audio setup is making it hard for you guys to hear it. Okay. You don't have to include the cat break in the video, but you can include this. Ignore the cat. He has needs. Change 1, more sensitive evaluations. To help discover the root cause of any given issue, we have developed evaluations that can be more reliably differentiate between working and broken implementations. We'll keep improving these evaluations to keep a closer eye on model quality. Change 2, quality evals in more places. Although we run regular evals on our systems, we will run them more continuously on true prod systems to catch issues such as the content window loading balance error. Context window, same difference. You get the idea. And then change 3, faster debugging tooling. We'll develop infrastructure and tooling to better debug community source feedback without sacrificing user privacy. Additionally, some bespoke tools developed here will be used to reduce remediation time in future similar incidents, if they should occur. Also notice that nothing here mentions refunds for affected customers. Over 30% of Claude Code users were affected, and approximately 0% of them got any money back or anything back as a result. Evals and monitoring are important, but these incidents have shown that we also need continuous signal from users when responses from Claude aren't up to the usual standard. Reports of specific changes observed, examples of unexpected behaviors encountered, and patterns across different use cases all helped us isolate the issues. The feedback, it remains particularly helpful for users to continue sending us their feedback directly. You can use /bug as a command in Claude Code, or use the thumbs down button in the Claude apps to do so. Developers and researchers often create new and interesting ways to evaluate model quality that complement our internal testing. If you'd like to share yours, you can reach out to them directly. Good stuff. There are things I would like them to change. I wish that they were more transparent as these things were happening. I wish that they did this type of posting more often. And most importantly, I wish that they owned this in a way where they were actually refunding people, or if they just extended everyone's Claude Code or if they just extended everyone's Claude Code subscription by 2 weeks as an apology. There's a lot of things they could have done here to own this better, and I am surprised they didn't take those opportunities. But at the same time, Anthropic is as much an optics company as they are a actual tool we can rely on. So it's not surprising to me that they went the optics route here. All that said, this article represents a significant change at Anthropic. This is a level of transparency I just would never have expected from them before. I'm very thankful they're finally out here doing it, and I don't want to be too mean because I really want to encourage that they continue doing this. In order for us to, as we build more and more things on top of the non-deterministic, unreliable chaos that is LLMs, it is more important than ever that the companies providing those are really transparent about what they're providing and what went wrong with what they're providing. Because none of this is deterministic. We don't know what to expect. So if things are less than what is expected, they need to overcompensate by doing more communication on top. Anthropic historically hasn't done this because they're still not used to being a tool people rely on. They're really just a research company at heart. And as much as I love and respect that, we do now rely on Anthropic as an infra company, and they need to step up to the plate and own these things when they happen. I got nothing else on this one. I hope this was a useful breakdown. Let me know what you guys think. And until next time, peace, nerds. Let me grab that article. Cool. I need to check my calendar real quick. Okay. Nothing too on fire, but a lot of things a bit annoying. Oh, I'm free Friday and Sunday. Cool. I really need to film a bunch of ads. Is this going on right now? I'm probably not going to. I'm trying to avoid political stuff. Oh, is it Lunduke? If Lunduke's the one covering it, I want nothing to do with it. Yeah. I think I'm going to call it for now because I need to film a bunch of ads today. I will probably go live on Friday or Sunday so we can keep building up that backlog. We got 4 good videos today. Very happy with all of them. And hopefully there will be some news tomorrow or Friday that we can cover ASAP. Oh, God. Last thing I want. My 2 least favorite things to talk, or 3 least favorite things. Rails, DHH, and politics. Yeah, I'm going to throw you guys at Prime. Don't worry. Do a raid to the Primogen. Thank you all for coming through. Have fun with Prime, nerds. Sorry I was not as active with YouTube chat today, guys. Blame YouTube for it as usual. Is any other funding? I don't think I did. Cool. Well, thank you all for stopping by. I appreciate each and every one of y'all. What's going on here? Just oh yeah. Cool stuff. Have fun with Prime, nerds. Goodbye, y'all. Bye to YouTube as well.